Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome back. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Sunday, March 16th, 2025, and we are standing at Polderbaan, which is being used for departures today together with center as secondary runway. Wind still blowing from the north to northeast, at the moment mostly from the north. And the ducks have returned, I'm happy to say. Quite a few of them. Quite a few of them. Big picture overview, this is what it looks like. Looking to the north, things look like this. Looking to the west, things look like this. Morning. Another half turn. Looking inward, land inward to the east, things look like this. Bit more cloudiness, land inward. The sun out, contrails visible. Looking to the south, things look like so. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined. Maria, goedenavond. Redison Guy, good morning. Duns, Patrick, Hen Air, Tina, good morning, goedemorgen. June, Evasteria, Jacob Krijger, Victor, Alex, Jux, Vico, Jimmy Pirate, Peter, Marian, Aviation Now. Goedemorgen, good morning, one and all. Thought I also saw Dirk already in the chat. Goedemorgen, Dirk. So, departures. This is Shamrock Flight 603 going to Dublin, Ireland. A380. Parallel departures in progress at the moment. Center is also open for traffic going to the east. K4 is also present. Peter, goedemorgen. Matt, goedemorgen. Mats, goedemorgen. Alex, Spooting, good morning. Drew, good morning, goedemorgen. René, goedemorgen. Aster Benjamins, goedemorgen. Martien, Jillard, Renaldo, goedemorgen heren. Klappelt, good morning. Or Kleepelt. Johan, goedemorgen. Ger, goedemorgen. Danny, goedemorgen. Bart, goedemorgen. Alamien, good morning. Nou, Sheila, good morning. Bas, goedemorgen. Hey, Mikey, goedemorgen. Of is het Jacob vandaag? Anyway, good morning to you both. It looks like they are also still using de-icing. That airline flight 57 now on the move. Going to Salt Lake City, looks to be coming this way. Looks like it made a small pit stop at the de-icing part of the platform. Even though the air temperature is 5 degrees C, there was still a little bit of icing on the windows of my car, which was in the shade. Overnight it froze. Although now it should be good. So Delta Airlines Flight 57 is also coming this way. Hey Jörg, goedemorgen, good morning. Chris asks, Polderbaan als vertrekbaan? Absolutely. 36 left and center. And the Kaapbaan is being used for arrivals today. Same configuration as yesterday and the day before yesterday. Last few days we've had wind from the north to northeast. That means takeoffs to the north. Nico, goedemorgen. Kindo Safe, Planespotters Arnhem, goedemorgen, good morning. Chris, good morning. Alright. One day I have to put the camera a little bit more forward. Now I have to put it back in what I thought was the default calibrated position to have it balanced. I was leaning forward a little bit, dropping when I was letting go of the camera. Now it should be better. Alrighty, first airplane of the day, Shamrock Flight 603 on its way to Dublin, Ireland, A320. gorgeous blue backdrop against which the airplane is climbing out. Perfect visibility today. Only on the northern horizon are there some clouds visible. Orange Pride assigned to center, Dunn says, and 100 years livery assigned to 36 left. If you guys could give me a heads up when that airplane is lined up, because I don't know from memory which flight the Orange Pride will be today. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looking like this. Wiepstra, goedemorgen. Hey Bill, good morning. Paul, goedemorgen, good morning. Dolf, goedemorgen. Erwin, goedemorgen. Lovely cranes as well in the port area. KLM flight 119, KLM 119 flight 597. Well, if you guys could give me a heads up when it is lined up on the center runway, the Orange Pride, I will do my utmost best to film it for you guys. Yeah, just noticed that looking in the wind to the north is a bit bad for the eyes. There starts the water again, so I'm going to do the same as I did yesterday. Switch the hat for a hoodie of the parka. Should keep everything a bit shielded from the wind when looking to the north into the wind. We're waiting for the next airplane to appear. It should arrive from the right at some point. Delta Airlines flight 57 on its way to Salt Lake City. But first, first stop, Polderbaan. Dutch Aviation Guy, good morning. Michael Videos, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. Triller Dial, good evening. Quinten, goedemorgen. Bart says cranes, oplichters, risers. Although that's one of the meanings, it's also scammers, which I'm sure he didn't mean, but it's a double entendre. Well, play on words more accurately. Where is this airplane going to? What is it? Twin jet coming my way. Hey Peter, good morning. KLM flight 597 to Cape Town. I have it on flight radar. That's the Orange Pride, isn't it? Yep, it is. Ali Richard, goedemorgen. I don't like that my hoodie prevents me from seeing a lot of things, so I am going to go back to the winter hat configuration and hope for the best. Delta Airlines to Salt Lake City flight 57. There it is, coming this way. Dutch Aviation Guy asks if there are going to be A380, A340 or 747s. Don't know about 747s. The A380 will only arrive here around 12:30 and will not leave before the second half of the afternoon. I am expecting the A340 today, departing around 10:20, which is also why I went to Kaapman yesterday to see it land, so that we can see it go back to Paramaribo today. So that should be coming this way if all is well. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Mats, who just now gifted no less than 10 memberships. Mike Alpha Tango Sierra, aka Mats. He just now gifted 10 memberships. Mats, thank you so much for your generosity. Hope that everybody who received a membership from you will thank you for it. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. Don't forget to use your custom emojis. There's 28 of them that you now have access to for a month. Don't forget to say thank you to Mats. Don't forget to use those custom emojis and enjoy the membership. Emojis are there for a reason. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want. Again, Mats, thank you so much for your generosity. 10 new members, courtesy of you. And welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Andre also back in the chat. Good morning. Piet, goedemorgen. Leo, goedemorgen. Guido, goedemorgen. Wingview Sim, good morning. KLM flight 1087 to Cardiff is coming this way. Hadi Yvonne, goedemorgen. Robert, good morning, goedemorgen. Windsock also indicating what wind there is. Just a few knots. This is Delta Airlines flight 57 to Salt Lake City. Going to the threshold of the runway. Bjorn, goedemorgen. And 19 Sasha 09 asks in German if I'm standing in the vicinity of the McDonald's. Nein, das hier ist die Polderbahn Spottersplatz. Also das ist die Runway 36 links. Wo wir heute stehen. The official parking lot is over there, the Spottersplatz, and this is a little bit further to the north. Andy Q, good morning. Mark Brown, good morning. Ed, goedemorgen. Christina ook. J. Keizer, goedemorgen. Good evening, Bob. Hidde, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. Primary runway for departures today. Parallel departures in progress at the moment. Center is also being used. First wide body of the day, Delta Airlines flight 57 to Salt Lake City. Now, it's not going to take off immediately because there is a cheater in cheater's lane. KLM flight 1087 going to Cardiff. Having arrived from the main platform area, going to Cardiff, 8-year-old airplane, the PHEXJ, first flight September 2016. Gerne, Sasha. Well, now it is time for the first wide body of the show. Delta Airlines flight 57 to Salt Lake City, A330-300. It's the November 828 November Whiskey. 8-year-old airplane, first flight May 2016. Orange Pride is rolling. That's a poor timing. Orange Pride is departing parallel to this Delta. Let's see if we can combine it. Yeah, Orange Pride is already a little bit ahead. Delta is making up. Well, let's see how we can tie these two together. That's the Orange Pride. Right, there's a slew of airplanes coming this way. If you look on flight radar and you check out the left hand side of the center runway, that's the west side. 3 airplanes are coming this way. Eddie asks if I am going live again tomorrow. That's the plan. That's definitely the plan. Alright, well, always quiet over here. There are a few spotters already here. We have another airplane lining up over there. E2 Embraer 195. This is KLM flight 1175 to Stavanger. Registration PHNXI. 3-year-old airplane, first flight February 2022. And another Embraer lining up in the background. That's an Embraer 190 to Aberdeen, KLM flight 913. Quiet as a mouse. Compare the volume of the E2 Embraer with the Delta. Day and night difference. Right, so big picture overview. Looking to the north, things look like so. Looking to the west, things look like so. Only in the north do you see at the horizon, just above the horizon, you can see clouds in the distance. Some friendly clouds in the east, land inward, and looks like that's cloud streets forming once again, similar to what we saw yesterday from the Kaagbaan. In other words, you can visualize the direction of the wind because the clouds are forming lanes parallel in the direction of the wind. Embraer 190 is lined up. There's a triplet of airplanes coming this way, including the KLM 100 years. A good reminder that you need to brush your teeth twice a day. This is KLM flight 913 on the way to Aberdeen. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan, runway 36 left, primary runway for departures today with wind blowing from the north and the sun abundantly shining over here. And while the KLM 100 years Dreamliner is taxiing to the threshold of the runway, we have another cheater in cheater's lane. This is KLM flight 1031 to Persenchester. That's a 737-800. Which is going to take off first. See that Ari is also back. Ohio gozaimasu. Welcome back. Lean Official, good morning. Adam, good morning. Alfred, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. Shabana, good day. This is KLM flight 1031 going to Persenchester. The PHBCA, 14-year-old airplane, first flight November 2010. And after that, we are going to see the KLM 100 years. The Dutch aviation guy asks 777 or A350? That's a difficult one. I would say 777 for the sound of the GE90s, A350 for the aesthetics of the airplane itself. Hadi Monique, goedemorgen. Adi, goedemorgen. Jeff, good morning. Enka, good morning. Karsten, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. This is KLM flight 741. It's going to Bogota. It's the 787-810. 787-10. It's the KLM 100 years livery PHBKA. 5 years old. And 5 years outdated, the livery. Next up, 777-200 United Airlines going to Newark. This airplane is 26 years old already. First flight was in September 1998. Has a registration that doesn't end with November Whiskey. It's November 78002. That says something about the age of the airplane. Satori, good morning. Derek, goedemorgen. Tina, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show. Hey Adrie, goedemorgen. E2, no, regular Embraer 175 to Gdansk next after this. KLM flight 1303. Dirty flaps. Dirty flaps. Bit of brake dust. That's not smoke, that was brake dust. And good morning, Abalone Fingers, who's tuning in from Sydney. Good evening, mate. Waxertje, guten Morgen. Tuning in from Munich. Herzlich willkommen. Cor, goedemorgen. Daniel doesn't lift. Goedemorgen. Paul, good morning. Right, another triple is coming. It's coming after the Embraer 175 that is now lined up, which is going to get clearance to go to Gdansk once the wake turbulence of the preceding 777 has dissipated sufficiently. KLM flight 1303, Embraer 175, the PHEXX, 7-year-old airplane, first flight February 2018. Marcel, goedemorgen. John, Dutch Canadian, good morning, goedemorgen. Gil, good morning. Buenos dias. Tuning in from Spain. And welcome to the show. All others who have joined us in the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's a beautiful sunny day here at Schiphol Airport. We are standing at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left, primary runway for departures today. Parallel departures in progress. The center runway also open until, if all is well, 11 o'clock, and then from 11 until 11:40. And once again from 1 till 2 p.m. This runway will be the only runway for outbound traffic, and all airplanes going out will leave from here. If all is well, ladies and gentlemen, the airplane that we saw land yesterday, Quad Squad member A380 from Suriname, should depart back to Paramaribo around 10:20, so in 10 or so minutes from now. If it is on time, it should be coming this way. Well, regardless of the time, it's coming this way. But it was delayed, I think it was Friday, when we were standing. When we were standing at the Kaagbaan and we're trying to film it. In the end, it departed shortly before noon, if I recall correctly. Estimated is 10:32. Thanks, Duns. Thanks for checking that out. So, A340, Quad Squad member from yesterday. We saw it land yesterday on the Kaagbaan. And we're expecting to see it leave for Paramaribo again today. Full circle. And then maybe tomorrow. I am going to do another stream tomorrow. I'm thinking about going back to the Kaagbaan, which probably will facilitate another Quad Squad arrival show then, assuming that the wind doesn't change. I don't know exactly if the wind is going to change. I didn't think it was going to, but have to double check. Marco, goedemorgen. Janine, goedemorgen. Hetimsit, good morning. Henrik, buongiorno. Ass on the couch, cappuccino in hand, and AMS live on TV. Perfect. That sounds like a wonderful Sunday morning, mate. Now, line up on the threshold. KLM flight 735 going to Willemstad, Curaçao, 777-300 the PHBVS. Hailing from the year 2017, 8 years old already. Mineral skill chimney smoke today. Looks like so. If you want another visualization of the wind, have a look at the cloud streets that are forming to the east of us, land inward. The clouds are forming in a linear fashion, parallel to one another. Lanes of clouds in Dutch, wolkenstraten, literally translated cloud streets, indication of the prevailing wind. We have another airplane lining up over there. That's a KLM 737-900, which is going to bloody Helsinki. Kasia, good morning. Matthias, guten Morgen. Jesper, goedemorgen. Martin, buenos dias, tuning in all the way from Argentina. Hey there, Anne, good morning. And Brian, tuning in from New Zealand. Kia ora, good evening. Welcome to the show, one and all. Paul Kremers, goedemorgen, good morning. Right, departures from Polderbaan. This is KLM flight 1251 to bloody Helsinki in Finland, 737-900. The PHBXS, 23 years old, first flight October 2001, and after that we are going to see KLM flight 623. Now in the background, 787-10 Dreamliner to Atlanta, Georgia. KLM flight 601 to LAX is also coming this way and should be next after the Dreamliner that you saw in the background just now. Time for the heavy hitters. Time for the heavy hitters. VRT International, tuning in from Lithuania. Thank you for your kind words. You are legend, mate. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much and welcome. Also, if you're new to the channel and you're watching, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory by any means, but it is always appreciated. Feel free to shoot any questions that you might be having. A lot of people are watching. They're all friendly. Many of them are knowledgeable. There's no such thing as a stupid question, so feel free to interact with all the people in the chat. But if you want to lurk, that's also fine. Lurkers Lounge is very comfy. This is KLM Flight 623 to Atlanta, Georgia. The PHBKI 787-10 Dreamliner, 4 years old, first flight August 2020. Check how the wings are moving up as the airplane gains speed, and then when it rotates, the flex, the trademark flex, starts to appear. Absolutely lovely. Looking up and around me to see if I can spot any contrails. I don't see any in the immediate vicinity just yet. Only one right now moving away from us. So, not much going on in the immediate vicinity just yet. I'm sure at some point we are going to see the heavy hitters from Frankfurt passing overhead. Hey, Lisa also back in the chat. Morgen. KLM Flight 601 to LAX. 777-200 here they growl. PHBQE, 21 years old, first flight January 2004. Right, little narrow body appetizer to cleanse the palate, and then another wide body following KLM Flight 601 to California, KLM Flight 605 to San Francisco. However, first we are going to see the departure of KLM Flight 1269, which is going to go to Copenhagen. 737-800, the PHBXA, 26 years old already, first flight January 1999. It is a millennial. It is a millennial. Cor asks in Dutch, why don't you see the brake dust with every airplane? Good question. I guess some brakes wear faster than others. Maybe the default setting is set harder for some airplanes, creating more brake dust? Don't know. If anybody does know the answer, I think it's an interesting question. By all means, chime in the chat. Hey there, Graziano. Bom dia. Good to see you again, mate. Right, KLM Flight 1269 to Copenhagen is rolling. That's KLM Flight 605, the 787-10 to San Francisco. After that, we are going to see the first Bombardier C-Series 300 of the day. Air Baltic to Riga, Flight 618. Yes, that's that flight number that the other day, week ago or so, or 2 weeks ago, did not take off. Wasn't the registration of that airplane YLABL or something like that? I don't know for sure. Let's have a look at 61. Oh, this is the 100th Airbus. Oh, it has a sticker on it. Just as subtle as the 1700th E-Jet sticker. In other words, very subtle. Right, thanks Dans for the heads up. A340 popped up on flight radar. We saw it land on Kagbaan yesterday. We're expecting it to leave from Poldebaan later today. Brody also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Nick, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others. Rob, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, guys. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at a sunny Schiphol Airport at Runway A380 left, the Poldebaan. Primary runway for departures. Although, at the moment, parallel departures in progress until approximately 11 o'clock. Now, from 11:40 until... from 11 until 11:40, there's usually one runway open for outbound traffic. That's expected to be this runway. The same is going to happen between 1 and 2 p.m. This is KLM flight 605 to San Francisco, 787-10 Dreamliner, registration PHBKF, that's Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Foxtrot, 5-year-old airplane, first flight December 2019. Andy says, very nice views of the landscape, Boy, very relaxing. It certainly is. It is lovely weather here, with the sun shining. Just a slight breeze. Standing like this, the wind is blowing in my back, so actually quite doable. I wholeheartedly concur. Very relaxing. Looking around, still not a lot of contrails to be seen. Looking to the west, things look like so. Looking to the north, you can see that the clouds that were at the horizon earlier seem to be drifting in a little bit closer. So I'm wondering how much longer it's going to stay sunny and unadulterated sunshine. Looking to the east, things look like this. And also looking to the south, those cloud streets drifting further to the south. Now, for those of you joining later, you might have missed the flock of ducks that were in the canal. It was the opening shot. They were there. I think they swam further north. It does look like there are coots over there. The coots are having a field day. Well, it's 2 of them at least. Right, it is time for Air Baltic flight 618 to Riga to take off. It has a sticker that this is the 100th Airbus A220. Registration YLAAU. 5-year-old already. First flight November 2019. An SAS is coming after this, by the looks of it. Pete says that the A340 has had a pushback, so that's good news. Should be coming this way then, at some point. Early rotation and up high already. Let's see, the next airplane. Looks a bit It's a bit hard to see, but there it is. NJ, goedemorgen. Penny asks, Polderpan, only departures today? Yep, only departures today. But not the only runway for departures. Center runway also for departures. Now I see that we have crossed 200 likes and Jörg went ahead gifting 5 memberships just now. Jörg, thank you so much for that. You didn't have to do that, mate, you know that. I hope that everybody who received a membership from you just now will thank you for it. Say danke schön or thank you so much for the gifted membership. Enjoy the custom emojis, new members, old members too. There's 28 of them and they're there for a reason. So don't forget to use the custom emojis if you have access to them as a member. Spamming is not allowed, but custom emojis you can use freely. So please do it. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Jörg, once again, thank you so much for your kindness and generosity. 5 new members courtesy of you. Hadi Dennis, goedemorgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. The Cat, good morning. Rauw. Aldert, good morning. This is SAS flight 552 to Copenhagen. Embraer 195 long range. 17 years old, hailing from the year 2008, month not specified. Little contrail in the distance over there. In the direction of the German airports, Frankfurt and Munich, I'm not seeing anything coming this way. We ought to see contrails more or less coming from over there in that case. Sure, they'll come at some point. What we are going to see next is an airplane that might give you the cramps if you are Luton intolerant. That's exactly where this airplane is going to go to, London Luton. Hadi Patrick, goedemorgen. Martijn, goedemorgen. Henry, goedemorgen. Ben, goedemorgen, good morning. Lars, thank you for your kind words. Lars says, great commentary, boy. Kalundra, Queensland, Australia, good evening and welcome. A lot of Aussies and Kiwis tuning in, finding the channel. Lovely to see. Worldwide audience. Also a lot of people from other places all over the world. Hey, Virtual Space Airport, ohayou gozaimasu. More people tuning in from Japan as well. And Yillard is informing us that the 767 from United to Houston is coming this way. Or should I say Houston? Or is that triggering to some of you? Mogelijk. Brandon says EK146 is leaving the gate any minute now. Unfortunately, it is going to take off from center if it is going to get pushed back minutes from now, because until 11 center is still open and EK146 is going to Dubai, that's to the east. Means we can only see that airplane from a distance. Duns asks if I have any idea why he can't see the A340 on EHAM CDM. I think it has to do with you probably inputting the flight number 993 and you need to enter 4 digits. So if you have a flight number that is shy of 4 digits, you have to add zeros before the flight number. So 0993 should give you the flight. similar. For instance, that flight to Jakarta is flight 89, if I recall correctly, or 88. You have to input 2 zeros to see the details of the flight. Oh, you don't have to fill in PY, just 0993, and you should be able to see all the details. Hey there, Aviation Dallas, good morning. Welcome back. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined us. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is Delta Airlines Flight 133 in the background. Rolling to the threshold. Air Baltic behind it. Not sure if it is going to use Cheaters Lane. Have you succeeded in finding the details, Duns? I think if just typing in the numbers and not the letters, you should get the results you want. Ah, yeah, check. No, you don't have to input any numbers, any letters, just a 4-digit number with added zeros if you have a flight number that is short of having 4 digits. Delta Airlines flying to Detroit, Michigan, and the rest of the airplanes seem to be following suit, so first in, first out, in the order of appearance. Hey, Troy, also back in the chat. Good to see you, Troy. Good day. Alrighty, the elephant has left the room. Nasal clarity has entered. Delta Airlines Flight 133 to Detroit, Michigan is rolling. A330-300, 9 years old, first flight October 2015. The November 825, November Whiskey. Time for Air Baltic. Adi Joko, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan 36 left. Air Baltic flight 858 lined up, ready to go to Tallinn. Ballin in Tallinn, 8 to 20. 300. The YLCSM. 6-year-old airplane, first flight October 2018. Bom dia. Jazeker, met jou ook? Heerlijk weertje, hè? Fantastisch. Fantastisch. Hey, Hamish also back in the chat. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hope that also goes for you, mate. Hope you've had a good day. Once again, said hi just now to that guy from Portugal originally, who is always walking his dog here and has his camera along with him. Always awesome. Walking the dog, but camera with him. because you never know what you might run into while on the way. With contrails, 2 of them. One is moving away, the other one is coming this way. In the meantime, EasyJet A320 Neo over here spooling up. Already quite high in the sky. Bom dia, Maria, and welcome to the show, all others. Marijke is informing us that the A340 and the 767 are taxiing beside each other. Interesting. Let's see, next airplane is already lined up over there. And there's also a candidate for Cheaters Lane. EasyJet, line skipper to, what is it? Chester. Airplane landing in the background. Which one is that? Chinese triple. In the meantime, rolling is KLM flight 1293 to Billund, 737-700, PHBGH, 15 years old, first flight November 2009. And there you go. The group of ducks have returned. There they are. In the meantime, also a big thank you to Hans for your generous super chat. And he writes in Dutch, good news. Shaming for flying is out, and being ashamed for having a Tesla is in. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity and for your super chat there, Hans. Yeah. Oh, and the ducks are gone. Bye bye. Let's see, our next airplane over there. I certainly know of people who have gotten rid of their Teslas because of current events. One of them is now driving a hybrid Range Rover. Anyway. Right, the A340 is coming this way, that's good. This is another KLM 737. It has a separate compartment for mothers-in-laws. Right on the back of the... Right on the back of the fuselage, right in front of the tail. Where they can sit high and mightily. We have a twin-jet contrail passing by north of me from northwest to southeast, more or less. Looks like a Dreamliner, doesn't it? Is that BA? Bit hard to see. EasyJet Chester is now spooling up. That is flight 22162. Next airplane after this is going to be BA A320 Neo, no, regular A320 to London Heathrow. Next airplane leaving for London Heathrow, BA flight 429, A320. Now, if you guys have been enjoying the stream so far, you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to bring in new people, people like yourselves who are into live streams such as these, but who haven't come across the channel yet. Liking the streams really helps to promote the content to new viewers who also watch streams like these. Might entice them to click on one of them, find out what awesome community is behind AMS Live. They might want to stick around and join us. This is the GEUU, 22 years old already, first flight February 2003. The goods have also gone into the water. We get a little butt shot from one of the goods. Please behave. And the other one is swimming over there. No wait, that is a coot. Thought for a moment it was a duck, but it is a coot. There's two of them. Portrait of contrails over there. They're all far away already. Now, time for another airplane to London Heathrow, KLM flight 1005. Here it is. 737-800, the PHBXL. It is 24 years old. First flight was in September 2000. Now I spy with my little eye the Quad Squad member we saw land on Kaagbaan yesterday. Back when it was airborne to Schiphol yesterday, only 7 in total of these airplanes were airborne. So, just to tell you a little bit about how rare these airplanes are globally. Suriname flight 993. Suriname flight 993 is leading the way, followed by United Airlines flight 21. That is going to go to Houston, Texas. That's a 767-300. Also an airplane type that you don't see that much anymore these days, less and less. And the third airplane is KLM flight 755. That's a 777-200 to Quito, and that is the capital of... Indeed. Nice triplet of wide bodies. Big and heavy and slow, like elephants on the move. Roel says, Amsterdam A380 600 on the way. Greetings from the handler. Greetings back. And thank you for handling your business properly by the looks of it. She's been released into the wild and now she's coming this way. Will it take off? That's the question. Bear with me says, elephants are surprisingly fast if they need to be. Good morning to you too. Didn't know that. Although I am not surprised. I'm sure that if push comes to shove, all airplanes, all animals can make some speed. I am curious to see how the rest of the morning is going to progress in terms of cloudiness. Earlier in the stream, if you look back, you could see that there was only a bit of cloudiness visible just above the horizon, further to the north. Now it looks different. It looks like things are coming this way. Hey, there's Alert. Good morning. Freddy, goedemorgen. Good morning. George T is also back in the chat. Good morning. Alrighty, the A340. Hey Jeffrey, goedemorgen. This is the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. Ed, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. Primary runway for departures, although not the only runway at the moment. Parallel departures in progress. SLM flight 993 to Paramaribo is lining up here. It's the same airplane that we saw land on Kaagbaan yesterday. We're going to see it leave again, and maybe, if we're lucky, we're going to see it return again tomorrow. Talking about full circle. It's the A340-600 to Paramaribo, operated by USC, flying on behalf of Suriname Airways. Here she goes. It's an A340-600, 21 years old, first flight December 2003. Slowest climber in the game, the A340, particularly the 300s. Although the 600 is not a quickie either. Up, 50, 100, 150 feet. The clouds in the background do make for a pretty backdrop. It has to be said. Right, the gear is up, finally. Zooming out a little bit. You can see just how far up in the sky or not it is. Hey, fijne dag, dankjewel, tot de volgende keer. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Jeffrey for your super chat and kind words. He writes in Dutch, awesome streams, enjoy the footage every time. Thank you so much for your kind words and for your generosity there, Jeffrey. The A340 is underway. The 767 to Houston, Texas is also underway. Already behind us. United Airlines, flight 21. No time to waste, gotta move with haste. As one airplane is taking off, the other one is taking a left-hand turn. Going away. United will follow the same course more or less, although at a bit higher altitude. You can see this airplane is old, 32 years old. Back in the time in 1992, smoking was still normal. And you see even airplanes from that time are a bit more smoky. Our next airplane will be leaving soon. It is a 777-200ER. This is KLM flight 755. It's going to Quito. That's the capital of It's on the way now. The PHBQG. First flight April 2004, making this airplane 20 years old. Hey, stranger also back. Good to see you, mate. Celine, good morning. Celine tuning in all the way from Wisconsin, where it probably is still very early. Probably an 8-hour difference or something. Late night still, probably. Dunn says there's an A350 on center, which looks like it's going to be the last to depart. It's almost 11 o'clock. From 11 until 11:40, there's usually only one runway open for departures. Now, it's going to be this runway. Singapore Airlines, A350-900. Another one getting away. Got another A330 taking off pretty soon. Being preceded by an E2 Embraer first, going to Newcastle, KLM, flight 955. So we had 755 to Quito just now, and we have 955 to Newcastle here. 3-year-old airplane, first flight March 2021. In the background you can already see the A330. That's going to go to Miami, Florida. KLM flight 627. Mini 777. Now it is time for a heavy hitter. KLM flight 627 to Miami, Florida. A330-300. Let me take a quick moment. Head over to the computer first. Massively thank Andy Q. Andy Q just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, but you went away and did it anyway. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Andy if you were one of the recipients of his 5 gifted memberships. Don't forget to use the custom emojis and enjoy the membership for a month. Andy, mate, thank you once again so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. KLM flight 627 is pulling up. A330-300 to Miami, Florida. Now, whether or not this is real remains to be seen, because this airplane is fake. It's the PHAKE. Papa Hotel Alpha Kilo Echo is its registration. Fake with capital PH. 12-year-old airplane. First flight January 2013. gear retraction on A330s. It is like watching paint dry, isn't it? Those clouds that we could see in the north further away earlier are slowly but surely drifting this way. Curious to see how long the unadulterated sunshine that we currently have will remain. Hey Wolfgang, also back in the chat. Servus mate, hope you're well buddy. This is Delta Airlines flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. SAS A320 Neo is behind it. Is it going to Cheaters Lane? It doesn't look like it, does it? No, it's also following. So they're going to leave in the order of appearance. First in, first out. Alright, good news, Duns. Center runway is closed. Hey, Delta in the background. Delta going out, Delta coming in. Alright, center is now closed, ladies and gentlemen, and that means that all outbound traffic that you see on flight radar will be taking off from this runway for the next 40 or so minutes. The same is going to happen again between 1 and 2 p.m. You will find the local time in the bottom of your screen on the left. Emirates flight 146 also having arrived here. I thought it was going to leave still from the center runway, but apparently it took too long. And indeed, Brandon, what you're asking, Duns, I can already answer. That's true. All the heavies, everything taking off, will be coming here. This is Delta Airlines flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. A330-300, 21 years old, first flight February 2004. There is a Bombardier C-Series 300 from Swiss on Cheaters Lane. Well, that doesn't look like it's going to take off right away, because there is an SAS lined up over there. Wake turbulence has to dissipate first. Let's have a quick look, see what the weather has been doing. This is the meter in the ticker, and a renewal will tell us that the wind is now 9 knots, still northeast. And we have few clouds at 1900 feet. Let me quickly paste that into the ticker for you guys. So a little less wind than we had yesterday, a bit warmer than it was yesterday. Although we are seeing more sunshine for now still. Not sure how much longer, because as you guys could see in the north there are clouds, they're drifting this way. The wind is blowing from the northeast. So we'll see. Already on the way out, those airplanes climb against a nice backdrop of clouds, which are drifting this way slowly but surely. For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is runway 36 left. Polderbaan, now in use as the only runway for outbound traffic until 11:40. And then from 11:40 until 1 p.m. Once again, the center runway will also join for parallel departures. Between 1 and 2 p.m. we are going to see Polderbaan once again as the only runway open for departures. Means that for now all traffic outbound is leaving from the runway we are standing next to. And that was SAS underway. Don says that if I am going to stay live until at least 2 p.m. local time, if everything goes well, we will see 4 747s leave on stream. Is that so, mate? I only saw one in the departures list. I was a bit disappointed by that. Which 4 will that be? I hope you will be right. So we have 2 airplanes visible, lined up. Obviously the small airplane in the foreground will have to leave first. That's Swiss flight 731, Bombardier C Series 300 aka A220. 7-year-old airplane going to Zurich. Up and away it is. Adi Bjorn, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined. Marissa, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Happy Sunday to you and to all others who have joined us. So the A340 already left for Paramaribo. We saw it land yesterday and we saw it take off today. Always satisfying when you see an airplane come and go. This is Emirates flight 146 to Dubai, 777-300, 9 years old, first flight October 2015. Right, well, hope you're right, Duns, that would be nice for 747s. 747s in the time span of now and 2 p.m. if all goes well. Well, that's the thing with cargo airplanes, you never know for sure. But fingers crossed. Not seeing any immediate contrails in the vicinity. Contrails in the immediate vicinity. Frank also back in the chat. Good morning. Adam, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is EasyJet A319 to Edinburgh. Ready to go in a few moments. We're standing at the Polder Run, runway 36 left. Only runway for departures today. No, not for today, but for now. And it is the primary runway for today. Center acting as secondary runway. And we have a queue. Couple of heavy hitters. First, Lufty flight 989 after this airplane, which is already lined up. EasyJet A319 to Edinburgh. Chris Zandvoort, goedemorgen. Who is tuning in from Zandvoort? Meanwhile, over here, KLM, German KLM, Lufthansa, flight 989 to Frankfurt, A320 already on the move. DSB is 15 years old, first flight was in November 2009. Delta Airlines flight 73 in the background, which will be leaving for Atlanta, Georgia, already lining up. Howdy Tom, goedemorgen. Rio, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Feel free to shoot any questions that you might be having. Many people are watching. They're all friendly. Many of them are knowledgeable. No such thing as a stupid question, although you might get stupid answers, but hey, that's part of the fun, isn't it? This is Delta Airlines Flight 73, already spooling up on its way to Atlanta, Georgia. Back-to-back action here, A330-300, November 829, November Whiskey, 8 years old, first flight June 2016. And after that we are going to see KLM Flight 661, A330-300 to Houston, Texas. Back-to-back A330s. Right. Next airplane, KLM Flight 661, will be going to Houston, Texas, A330-300. It's the fuck off. Not being rude here, just mentioning the registration of this airplane, the PHAKF. Fuck off. Fuck off is 10 years old. First flight was in October 2014. Alrighty, Delta Airlines Flight 49 next to take off. Another A330, this time it is a Neo, the November 415 Delta X-Ray, 2 years old already, first flight September 2022. We'll be leaving for New York, JFK. 2 narrow bodies after that. No, 3, 4 more than that. Little contrail in the background. And Chris Coot is doing morning cardio here. Although he is choosing the easy way, swimming along with the current. Let's see. It is narrow bodies time once again. KLM Flight 1219 up first, going to Stockholm. Dans asked if I am able to spot planes around Leiden if they are flying past. It depends. If they are on cruising altitude, then the answer is yes. If they're lower, probably not. Hadi Klaas, goedemorgen. Adam asks, did anybody here ever catch Concorde in person? I did, yep. It flew over my home back when I was a small kid. I think it was an Air France one. This is KLM flight 1219, 737-800, the PH-HSD, 14 years old, going to Stockholm. After that, it is time for a Bombardier C-Series 300, aka A220, Air France, going back to Paris. Beautiful machine. Yeah, the clouds are drifting closer by. They are drifting in. They do make for a nice backdrop, but it does mean that it's going to get a bit more chilly once the sun is going away later, which it will at some point by the looks of it. Also the beautiful sunny shots will come to an end then. Right, the Bombardier C-Series 300 is moving. Air France flight 1341 going to Paris. A220-300, the Fazza. Registration Foxtrot Hotel Zulu Uniform Hotel. 3-year-old airplane, first flight March 2022. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing along runway 36 left, aka the Polderbaan. Now the only runway in use for departures. Today the primary runway for departures, which means that it is going to stay open and a secondary will open up during outbound peaks. Beautiful sunny weather. I think that is a quad-engined airplane coming my way. East to west mostly, still pretty far to the east of me. If you join us later, you might have missed the departure of the Quad Squad member that we saw the arrival of yesterday, namely the A340-600 back to Paramaribo in Suriname. Look away if you are Luton intolerant. This airplane might give you the cramps. It's going back to Celiac City, aka London Luton. It's an A320neo, EasyJet flight 22514. The airplane is 5 years old. First flight was in June 2019. Look at the height and compare that with the A340's climb rate. Such a big difference. Then again, everything climbs faster than the A340 does. But the difference is very pronounced. So for now, until 11:40 AM local time, this runway is going to stay open as the only runway for outbound traffic. Means that all outbound traffic will take off from this runway. This is a MAX 8737 from TUI. Rick, goedemorgen. Danny Rules, goedemorgen. And also Graham, back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. They call me M. Good morning. Sparta Rotterdam, goedemorgen. Now number 2 is going to be a 767-300. The Quad Squad contrail is coming closer by, so let's have a quick look at it. The sun is shining from behind, giving us good contrasty conditions. Looks like an A340. Lufty, probably. Wind is affecting my following more than I thought it was going to, so I'm going to re-enable image stabilizer. Also had it on yesterday. I think it might be necessary again today to stabilize the footage somewhat. Right. United Airlines flight 947 to Washington, 767-300, 31 years old, November 660, Uniform Alpha is its registration. First flight of this airplane was in May 1993, folks. I still had 1 year in elementary school left before going to middle school / high school. What were you doing back in May 1993? Me, I was an 11-year-old boy. What was I? No, 10 still. And away it is. Still flying after all those years. What a machine. Hey, Alvin was back. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Time for Air Europa. Air Europa to Madrid. Lining up over there. Dreamliner 7879. Flight 1098. Really need to blow my nose quickly. We have KLM flight 777 to Sint Maarten lined up over there. A330-300 will be leaving shortly. Already it is spooling up. Cool weather always gets my nose runny. Makes me sound more stuffy than I already am. Here we go, KLM flight 777 to Sint Maarten. It's the fucker, PH aka, as in what, how's your motherfucker? 13-year-old airplane, first flight February 2012. Combo shot with the previous airplane taking a turn. In the meantime, a big thank you to Ian McPherson. See a PayPal notification of your donation. Thank you so much. Hope you're watching. Hope you're still enjoying the content, mate. Cheers, Ian, for your PayPal donation just now. We have Delta Airlines going to Seattle, Washington. A330 Neo, Delta Airlines flight 143. First flight of this airplane was in April 2020. And good morning to some Dutch guy and to all others who have joined us in the meantime. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan. Runway 36 left. Primary runway for departures today. Wind blowing from the north to northeast. Secondary runway today is center. It is still closed until approximately 11:40. Then it's going to be parallel departures once again. This is KLM flight 791 777-300 going to Sao Paulo. It is the PHBVP. 9-year-old airplane, first flight February 2016. And its sibling to Rio de Janeiro is behind it. That's a 777-200 KLM flight 705. If you guys have been enjoying the stream so far and haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to promote the channel and its content to viewers who, similar to you, might be into streams such as these but who haven't come across the channel yet. We're still a drop of water in the ocean of YouTube, and your likes will help to bring in more people like yourselves, awesome people who are into streams like these and who would love to be part of our community if only they knew of the existence of AMS Live. We have a 777-200 now ready to go to Rio de Janeiro. KLM flight 705, the PHBQA already spooling up, 21 years old, first flight September 2003. It's heavy with the heavies indeed, Banteng. Although we are going to cleanse the palate again with a narrow body after this departure. EasyJet to Copenhagen A319 is coming this way. Alright. The clouds to the north are drifting in closer and closer by. Looking to the west, things currently look like so. Looking to the east, where we had clouds forming land inward earlier, now it is clear. The south of the sky is also still clear. Hey, Jimmy Pirate! Hey, good to see you, mate. Was goed? Yeah, long time no see indeed. How have you been? Good. Nice to hear, man. Right. More heavy hitters are coming. And in the meantime, over here we have EasyJet flight 27937 going to Copenhagen. That's an A319. And good morning from Wolfgang as well. Good morning back. This is EasyJet flight 7937 to Copenhagen. A319. Austrian registered OELQC. 16 years old. First flight January 2009. Question is, are there any 747s already coming this way? For now, we have to make do with what we can see, and that is... Oh, is that a quad? No, that's not a quad. Squad control coming this way. That looks like a twin jet, doesn't it? Yeah, that's a twin jet coming this way. And what is also coming this way is a Dreamliner to Portland. There it is, KLM flight 615, that is. Finnair is only using an A320 today, Marissa says. Duns is saying that there are no 747s underway already or have come alive. Tom Schillemans, goedemorgen. Ed, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. Hope you're doing well. Tamara, goedemorgen. This is KLM flight 615, going to Portland, Oregon, hometown of Jerry, who will be leaving next week for a 6-week epic train journey, which should get him into the Guinness Book of World Records. Hey Avi, guten Morgen. Avi is tuning in from Berlin once again. Herzlich willkommen. Spooling up now, KLM flight 615, 7879 Dreamliner. It is going to Portland, Oregon. 8-year-old airplane, the PHBHF. First flight was in April 2016. Cargolux 747 will be landing, arriving from Miami, Florida in 10 minutes, Gillard says. Dans also was indicating the same. So yeah, don't know where it is. Morgen. Well, what we can see it from over here also remains to be seen. We are still waiting for 747s outbound. Whether or not they are going to happen, I don't know. Like I said before, when checking flight radar outbound this morning, I thought the only one I saw was from Suparna at some point around the end of the morning or beginning of the afternoon or something. Hadi Rolf, goedemorgen. Rally team, good morning. Otis, good morning. I was tuning in from Waswanipi in Quebec, in Canada. Good early morning to you too then. Finnair flight 1302, about to line up over there on the threshold. It's an A320 going to bloody Helsinki. The OHLXM, 21 years old already, first flight December 2003. That's older than my car. My car got its registration back in 2005, I think. KLM flight 757 to Panama City is underway. I see the Delta Airlines flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts is also underway. So there are heavy hitters underway, coming this way. Peppy Plane is also back. Good to see him. Goedemorgen. It is 11:31 over here. That means that in about 10 or so minutes, the secondary runway for departures, runway 36 center, is also expected to reopen. means that in 10 or so minutes from now, parallel departures will once again resume, and presumably until approximately 1 p.m. That's usually the time where outbound traffic once again takes off from just one runway instead of two. Now we have to wait. We have to wait for the next airplane, which will be going to Panama City. Looking up and around me, not any contrails to be seen in the immediate vicinity. Also in the water, all is quiet. Further upstream, but also further downstream. Het is rustig even, ja. Calmness before the storm. Or at least that's what we hope for. Right, KLM flight 757 should be coming this way. As is Delta Airlines flight 243. And I also see that Croatia Airlines to Zagreb is moving. We have to wait a little. That's always the downside of departures. Right, there it is. Our first next airplane, KLM flight 757, which will be leaving for Panama City. Hamish says, who do you think is watching the furthest from you? Australian for me. Well, I know for a fact that Maria is tuning in from New Zealand. It depends on if there are more Kiwis tuning in today, and if so, where they are viewing from. I would say that the Kiwis are probably the furthest removed, almost exactly on the opposite side of the globe. Question is, which Kiwi is furthest removed? Think whoever lives furthest to the south should be the one that is furthest away from me. Who, me? Maria is still awake. Good to see. So folks, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is a sunny day. The heatwave distortion makes it look like it is searing hot here, but it is actually still rather cold. We're standing here with our winter jackets on. I, for one, am also wearing my ski pants below my rain pants. I have heated gloves on. It is nice though in the sun. I'm sure if you are able to sit in the sun out of the wind, it's very nice and warm indeed. KLM flight 757, 787-10 Dreamliner to Panama City, our next airplane. Don says that Cargolax should be visible behind you around Zandvoort. An incoming 747. Well, there's also clouds right at an altitude where inbound traffic usually flies at. They're right low enough. They're exactly low enough to obscure airplanes. Ah, yeah. There it was obscuring the 747 coming in. Yeah, you can see it. Cargolax. Arriving from Miami. Flying in between the clouds. We'll be landing on runway 06. So this is more or less the downwind leg of it. There you can see how it is moving in the direction of the Kaagbaan. Over there, is the threshold of the Polderbaan, and KLM flight 757 will be lining up there pretty soon. Before that happens, let me quickly go back to the computer, scroll up, and massively thank Tish Mathers, who super chatted, a generous super chat, and she writes, I flew Melbourne Tullamarine to Amsterdam on KLM 747. Always look forward to your live streams. Hope to come back and see my family in Haarlem one day. Dutch/Aussie. Tish, thank you so much for your kind words and for your generous super chat there. If you are ever in the vicinity, if you are ever able to make it over to your relatives in Haarlem, don't forget to hit me up here. Come visit. You're in the vicinity then. I'm happy that my streams give you enjoyment, give you joy, and I hope that goes for everybody. Now, if you want to grow our community of awesome people with more awesome people, best way to do that is leave a like if you haven't already. Makes the YouTube algorithm promote this channel's content to new viewers who are into streams like these, such as you guys are, but who haven't come across the channel yet. Maybe one day they'll click on one of the thumbnails and they'll find out what an awesome community is behind the channel, and they'll stick around, make the club even bigger and more cozy. Lance is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. She's pulling up KLM flight 757 to Panama City, 787-10 Dreamliner, PHBKK, 4 years old, first flight December 2020. You probably already found out, Tish, that you're not exactly alone being here as an Aussie in the chat. Lots of Aussies and Kiwis in the chat. Big contingent of our audience from down under, which I'm absolutely loving. Brits, Germans, Americans, Aussies and Kiwis. I think those are, well, no, I think also India, and these days also more and more Japanese are also finding the streams. Still a lot to gain in Latin America. Brazilians sometimes do find the stream. We do have quite a few regulars from Brazil. This is of course very early for them. In that respect, this time of day is best suited for people in Asia, Oceania, if you can call it that, and Europe. 747 now third in line to land. Let's see. And Annette is joining from Brisbane in Australia, enjoying the stream. Hi there, Annette. Nice of you to say hi. Feel free to ask any questions that you might be having. That goes for everybody. Don't be afraid to say hi, like Annette just now did. It's not mandatory if you're new to the channel, but it is always appreciated. Cargo Lux, arriving from Miami, Florida, is now second to land on runway 06. Probably flying somewhere behind the trees over there. Now, there we go. I think this is the 747. Yeah, no, that's still the Embraer 190 to from Southampton. So the next airplane after this is going to be the 747. Yeah. In the meantime, Delta Airlines has arrived over here, or is it? That's Delta, isn't it? I'm too far zoomed out now on flight radar to see what is coming. Yeah, Delta arriving from going to Boston and Croatia Airlines to Zagreb. Now have inbound and outbound traffic on flight radar enabled, and I'm zoomed out to see where the 747 is in the sky. Hey, Stacy also back in the chat. Good to see you. Jessica, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Lovely weather indeed. And Kevin. Jessica and Kevin. Stacy's tuning in from Adelaide. They call me M, says being an Aussie is a lifestyle, not a citizenship. Say ja? Oh ja, Vordringer. Line cutter. We're also waiting, yeah, there it is. 747 that we saw behind us a few moments ago now is on final. This is Cargo Lux arriving from Miami, Florida, number 6 on flight radar. 747-400, the LXKCL, 17 years old, first flight February 2008, journeying for 8 hours and 34 minutes. Its journey is about to end. And the line cutter in the meantime is spooling up. That is Croatia Airlines to Zagreb. Have to say, the clouds make for a beautiful backdrop, although they are drifting in more and more. They are forming cloud streets, so if you want to see what the direction of the prevailing wind is, this is what it looks like, because you can see parallel streets of clouds. In Dutch we say wolkenstraten, which literally translated to English translates to cloud streets. They're forming in the direction of the wind. The wind is blowing in this direction from there to here. KLM 51305 to Gdansk, another line cutter. That's the KLM SkyTeam. KLM has 2 airplanes in the SkyTeam livery in its fleet remaining. There were 3 until recently. The PHBVD 777-300 has been repainted to the standard livery of KLM. Reason being, allegedly, that it's harder to see damage on the livery in the SkyTeam livery than with the standard KLM livery. This is Delta Airlines flight 243 spooling up, A330 Neo to Boston, Massachusetts. The airplane is 3 years old, first flight April 2021, registration is November 410 Delta Zulu. It's 11:44 and I'm expecting parallel departures to resume again, if they haven't already. I don't think that they have, but they will soon. Central runway open until 1 p.m. Haditijn, goedemorgen. Brian, goedemorgen, good morning. Bas, goedemorgen. Menno, goedemorgen. Good morning one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. I'm standing here near the Polderbaan. Runway 36 left. Jimmy Pirate as ground crew. We're standing here while we have cold breeze blowing in our faces if we point our noses in the northeasterly direction. So that's a good reason not to do that too much. Sunshine again, Stacy, but a chilly wind that makes your eyes water if you look into the wind too long. Yeah, we're waiting for outbound traffic to come this way. Let me first go back on flight radar and filter only AMS outbound. Makes it a bit easier to see what is inbound and outbound on the platform, or better yet, just see only outbound traffic. And looking on flight radar, there's movement. There's a lot of airplanes that are outbound. Interesting to see where KLM Flight 743 will be going to Lima in Peru. Yeah, that should normally be a departure for the Polderbaan. Romain is also back, morgen. It's another one of those break moments where we have to wait for the next airplanes. They are coming. Corendon is on the move. That's a MAX 9 737 to Tenerife. Not sure if that's coming this way or if it is going to take off from the center runway. I see KLM Flight 879 to Bangalore. That has been pushed back. That's going to India, so that's going from center. And Corendon is going to center down, says, as is Pete, so that's a pity. Of course, we can see departures from the center runway from here quite well as well. That's the downside of filming departures. There's always these breaks where you have to wait for things to happen. In the meantime, let's look around a little bit. In the sky there are a few contrails, but they are far away. Don't see anything that is coming this way just yet, although there is a twin jet now flying west of us that is coming this way. Not sure if it is a big heavy hitter, but let's see. There it is. Is that BA? I think it might be. Looks like a narrow body. If I have to name one airline, I would say that's BA. Just simply because I'm pointing to the west and that's where England is. Looking further around, you can see the streets of clouds. They're slowly but surely drifting in. Looking to the south is still the best to do. Looks pretty nice. This is looking to the east, land inward. Of course, there's the tower over there. Heat wave distortion. I think also the wind. Let's fixate the pen and tilt axes. Doesn't do much. It's the heat wave distortion that is mostly distracting now. Now, we are going to see airplanes again soon, but we have to wait a bit. Gives me time to thank and congratulate Marissa, who is celebrating 23 months of membership. Just 1 month to go. Then you'll be turning blue. One of the first, I think the very first is going to be Captain Jerry. Before the end of the month, if all is well, he should turn blue. Rick, I think, is turning blue on the 31st. I think he and Captain Jerry are the first two who will turn blue. But quite a few of you, including Marissa, including who else? I think Rudolph, Marissa, Yorkshire Biker, quite a few. I think Liwe and Han as well. Quite a few will turn blue pretty soon. 24 months. In the meantime, Marissa, celebrating 23 months of membership. Marissa, thank you so much for your continued support. I hope that you still like being a member and a mod. I certainly know I am very happy with you, and I hope you're going to stick around. Even if you wouldn't like being a mod or a member anymore, then at least come back as a frequent visitor or recurring visitor. But I hope you still like being both. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. And lots of celebrations coming up for Blue members, the first Blue members, including Marissa, in a month from now. Right, so play is coming this way. And in the meantime, of course, departing airplanes from center. The Corendon Max 9, here it is. Our next airplane is Play, which is, I think, traversing the center runway just because there's not a lot of traffic taking off from it yet. Or will it go around? If I were ATC, I would be practical and just say, just go ahead, quickly skip going around it. Just take a shortcut. Horse and carriage. You might pick it up on the mic. Dans is mentioning that there is something flying above The Hague. Yeah, well, if I can see things going on there, it's going to be very faint. There's a few contrails further to the south. This and there. I think this is probably above Leiden. Well, check it out. This is what you can see. Hard to see anything. That's too far away. Over here we are going to see Play pretty soon. Play is traversing the center runway, or has traversed the center runway already. United 767 is also being pushed back, that's nice. So a lot of airplanes that are outbound on the platform, but they still are at the main platform area. They still have to taxi this way. This is Play flight 461 coming this way. And KLM flight 1959 to Istanbul is now lining up on the center runway. Indeed, it is playtime. Or at least it will be in a few minutes. First, wait. We're always impatient over here. I'm wondering, oh, that's probably a motorbike. Thought I heard something with a propeller, but I think it was a motorbike on the A5 highway, which is right between this runway and the center runway. Airplane in the background, taking off from center. KLM flight 1959 to Istanbul in Turkey. KLM 777-300 ER to Lima in Peru is also coming this way. Not sure which airplane we are going to see first. Probably Tarom flight 362 taking off from the center runway to Bucharest. And is that the... yeah, Transavia to Barcelona is also taking off from the center runway. First up, Tarom, flight 361, no, 362 to Bucharest, I think. Curious to see if KLM flight 743, which will be leaving for Lima, has to go around the runway or maybe if it is allowed to traverse it, shortcut it. First up, Tarom to Bucharest. Still a lot of atmospheric distortion. Particularly in the beginning. Now of course the airplane is well above horizon and ground in the foreground. KLM 777-300 is looking to traverse the runway. Transavia is already on the move, or is the triple first taking the shortcut? No, we already have our answer. In the meantime, Play is also taking off over here, of course. Let's not forget Play. Hadi Roy, goedemorgen, and good morning to all others who have joined us. Welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing at the Polderbaan, where it's been a bit quiet. Reopening of the central runway. Most of the traffic is taking off from it, but things are on the move again. There's number 175 taking off from center now to Genoa. And KLM flight 743, which will be leaving for Lima in Peru, is looking to traverse the runway. Here we have the Embraer 175 to Genoa. Sander also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Wolfgang asks if I knew that Play was flying around in central US as well. I didn't know that. I did know about being able to fly to the United States with them with a stop in Iceland. Hey there, Nusa Goals. Good morning. But I didn't know they even went and flew around in central USA. Or are you talking about Central America? Anyway, we're waiting for the traffic. Sander is asking about the temperature. Let's have a look at the meter in the meantime, because it has been a while since we last updated it. This is the meter in the ticker, 6 degrees C, 9 knots of wind, and not much has changed. 7 degrees C, 9 knots of wind, still a bit chilly if you face northeast. Fuel clouds at 2,200 feet, air temperature is 1,024 hectopascals, the dew point is -1 degrees. So yeah, not much going on in that respect. Pasting the weather report in the ticker for you guys. Right. Batch of airplanes coming this way. KLM flight 743, 777-300 leading the way. That's going to go to Lima in Peru. BA to London Heathrow following KLM to London Heathrow following United to Chicago is also coming this way. Air Canada has been pushed back. And Chris Coote is swimming over here. Christopher Coote. Yeah. What is up? Having a little swim. Bit to drink. Look, look, look. Yum, yum. Look, look, look. Christopher Coote. Meanwhile, here's our next airplane. Well, I'm not sure if it's going to be the very first to take off because there are two narrow bodies behind it and they often cut in line so that the heavy has to wait. Well, the narrow bodies are still further away, so I think this is probably going to be the very first airplane to take off. BA and KLM to London Heathrow now only just have begun to enter over here. In the meantime, the triple is already almost at the threshold, ready to line up. BA making a left-hand turn, going to the threshold. Question is, will KLM Flight 1007 do the same, or is it going to continue to Cheater's Lane? Looks like they are all following. Yeah. Means they are going to leave in the order of appearance. That means that this airplane now is the first to take off. It's KLM 777-300 to Lima in Peru. KLM Flight 743. PH BVN, 10 years old, first flight February 2015. Right, in the meantime, next to depart to London Heathrow is BA. BA Flight 431, A319, the GEUPG. The airplane is 24 years old, first flight was in April 2000. After that, KLM Flight 1007, which is also going to go to London Heathrow. Two back-to-back airplanes to London Heathrow. Hadi Edward, goedemiddag.
Goedemiddag.
Hey, goeiedag.
Je bent Boy, toch?
Dat ben ik, ja, klopt.
Nick.
Hey Nick, goedemiddag.
Van Been Dutch. Misschien ken je hem uit de dinges. Waarschijnlijk niet. Maar kijk wel heel veel.
Leuk man. Goed dagje uitgekozen om langs te komen. Mooi dag.
Ik had wel wat warmer verwacht. Maar...
Ja, nee, het is altijd kouder hier dan je denkt. Altijd.
Ja,
altijd.
Nee, helemaal gelijk in, man.
En dan valt het, de wind is nu alweer ietsjes gaan liggen. Vanmorgen was het nog wat winderiger. Dan is het echt goed fris.
Ja, ik zie, je hebt een dikke jas aan in de
Oh ja, zeker. Nee hoor, dat gaat voorlopig nog wel door. En dan op een gegeven moment dan slaat het om en dan sta je in je t-shirt en in je korte broek en dan weet je niet waar je het zoeken moet.
Het is wel grappig. Ik kijk nu al, denk ik, een jaartje ben ik nu al lid, denk ik, bij de Skyline.
Leuk, leuk. Ah, dus je bent inmiddels groen.
Ja, volgens mij wel.
Leuk man. Tof. Waar kom je vandaan?
Ik kom permanent.
Permanent? Oh, gewoon om de hoek man.
Ja, precies.
Relatief om de hoek.
Inderdaad.
Dit is-
A380 komt vaak over, dan zie ik hem bij mij overvliegen.
Oh,
Dan
ja.
zie ik hem even later zie ik hem hier landen. Dus
Tof, ja. Ja, die A380 die komt vaak binnen hier inderdaad. En als hij niet op de polderbaan komt, dan komt hij wel op center. Dus vanuit permanent zien we hem sowieso. Perfect.
Ja, dat is inderdaad altijd de aanvliegroute voor wanneer je rijdt.
Landen uit het noorden. Ja, dan komen ze altijd daar vandaan.
Dan komen ze eigenlijk ook wel, meestal wel.
Ja, gaan ze meestal via Lelystad over het Markermeer, komen ze bij jullie langs. Klopt. This was BA flight 431 to London Heathrow, A319, and we are going to see KLM flight 1007 also to London Heathrow pretty soon. Next, to be more precise.
Wat zit erachter? Nog een 76 van United?
Ja, indeed, 767 United to Chicago flight 908.
Wat een mooi ding.
Ja, en old school sound ook nog.
Zeker, zeker. We gaan er ook lekker luisteren. Ik ben wel benieuwd.
Right, and in the meantime, a heavy hitter is taking off. Dreamliner from center. No time to waste. Gotta move with haste.
Snel de landing gear in.
Ja,
Hoppa.
maar 767 is ook redelijk traag. Dat ga je zo meteen zien. Die zal een stuk langzamer zijn. Gear retraction of the 767 upcoming. Not going to be as quick as with the 737 that we saw just now.
Waar ging die nou heen? Chicago?
Deze? Chicago, ja. United Airlines flight 908, another 767-300 going to Chicago O'Hare. 26 years old, first flight August 1998. November 667, Uniform Alpha is its registration.
Dit is wel grappig, want ik sta eigenlijk bijna elke dag wel hier. Maar dan altijd 's avonds.
Ah,
Maar nu zijn we er in de ochtend. Middag is het al.
het is al middag, het is net middag, ja.
Als dat wel zwaar zijn, dat is een later ding.
Mhm. Misschien ook een beetje derated.
Nog wel een van de mooiste. Jammer dat ze er waarschijnlijk nog wel uitgaan.
Ja. Most of them have been replaced with Dreamliners. It's mostly Dreamliners these days.
Een stukje verder.
Hey, is goed man. Hey, ja zeker. Als je weer een keertje in de buurt bent, kom vooral gedag zeggen nog een keer.
Zeker.
Is goed, fijne dag nog. Alright. The next airplane has the 1700 E-Jet sticker on it. It's an E2 Embraer 195 to Bergen. KLM flight 1167. The PH NXM, which is 2 years old, has a had its first flight in September 2022. Air Canada 777 is coming after that. Air Canada flight 809. Wagner is also back in the chat. Bom dia. Quick sip of AMS Live vodka. And then back to the camera controls. KLM Embraer 190 is taking off in the background, going to Poznan. You might pick it up on the mic. It's probably louder than the E2 Embraer. I think it was an excavator or something. What was that was passing by just now? Did you see? It was a vehicle on the... I think it was an excavator or something. You might have heard it on the mic. Yeah, that's a little excavator or something. You probably heard that on the mic as well, just before the E2 Embraer passed us by. Strange sound combo. Yeah, well, there you go. That explains it. Hey, Cor, thank you for the like. And up. Also, subscribed to the channel. Welcome up. Don says, lots of people hanging out there. Yeah, mate, it's sunny, and whenever it is sunny and Sundays, then a lot of people come out here to spot airplanes. Polderbaan is very well visited on weekend days, particularly during holidays, but also on non-school holiday weeks. Air Canada flight 809, about to take off indeed to Toronto, Canada. 15-year-old airplane, 777-300ER. First flight June 2009. Now it is 12:15 almost. The Emirates A380 probably has been assigned to 06. If that's the case, could you guys give me a heads up once it is turning final onto the glide slope of runway 06, so that I can at least give it a try to see if we can spot it from a distance. Next airplane is over there. That's KLM flight 1139 to Dublin, Ireland. That's a 737-700. Let's see what else is coming this way. EasyJet A319 to Gatwick. TUI Dreamliner to Cancun is on the move. 777 to Nairobi is unfortunately going to the center runway. Air China Cargo A330 assigned to center. Where is it going to that it is assigned to center? Normally those Air Chinas always go from Polderbaan whenever given the choice. Fritz is going, says tschüss, bis nächste Mal. Thank you for joining Fritz. Schönen Tag noch. Bis bald. Air China is going to Chengdu. That's strange that it's going to the center runway then. They usually take the Polderbaan. Interesting, interesting. Yoka asks if it is busy at the Polderbaan with viewers in the summertime. It certainly is. It's already busy today. You can see people are south of me. There are less people, but also still people north of me. And there are people on the bridge over there. And if you go to the Spottersplatz fence, well, there's a car in the way. But you can already see the crowd. It's left of the car. That's the fence of the Spottersplatz itself. And you can see quite a few people are already over there. I would say that the parking lot is pretty full at the moment based on what I can see from over here. With the number of people gathered. Was het druk al toen je aankwam?
Ja.
Jimmy Pirate already confirming that when he and his dad arrived here, it was already quite busy on the parking lot. So yeah. Indeed, Joke. Chair and table with you and you're seated nicely, she says. As it happens, during the summertime you often see families with picnic baskets and with their own camping seats and whatnot. Some even take a big umbrella with them, parasol. So yeah, it can happen. This is KLM flight 565. That's a 777-300 going to Nairobi in Kenya. Kenya lies in the continent of... And over here we have EasyJet going to Gatwick. A319 on the move. Up, and away. Right, A380 is in the vicinity of the Kaagbaan. Let me zoom out and quickly enable both inbound and outbound on flight radar. Have a look. Right, Emirates, Emirates is turning in its flying base, still in the vicinity of Leiden, so that is still a few minutes out. Roy, you're right. If I recall correctly, the Polderbaan is the longest runway of the pack. Don't ask me for the specific length, but I do recall having read that it is indeed the longest runway. KLM flight 903 to Inverness and Bro 175. And Banana A300 to Leipzig will be taking off from the Zwanenburgbaan as well. Yellard is informing us. Busy, busy, busy. Let's see. This is KLM flight 927 to Edinburgh. What's up, bruh? Let's see. Transavia is now lined up and the Banana is behind it. The Transavia is already on the move. Means that the A300 is indeed now next to take off from center. Over here we only have an Embraer 175 and an A737 lined up. Boring, yeah, boring. The A380 though, unfortunately, is also not too far away. So yeah. Transavia now airborne. You guys tell me, banana or A380? I have to choose one of the two. This is Kuwait. I think we can make it. A300 first. To Leipzig. Just in time to go back to back to the Emirates A380. Actually, timing is not too unfortunate. Thought that the A380 was closer by than it actually was. So, A300, 600 to Leipzig, DHL. Looking to my right, because the Emirates A380 is also approaching runway 06. Number 5 of flight radar, tracked by 701 people. And now, pretty soon, also going to be tracked by us. Got a visual. There you go, Emirates A380. Flight 147 arriving from Dubai. Number 5 on flight radar, tracked by 670 people. 6 hours and 44 minutes on the way. That's a bit longer than normally would have been the case. Usually averages around 6.5 hours at this point. It's the A6EOS Echo Oscar Sierra, 9-year-old airplane, first flight July 2015. Landing on runway 06 today, like it did yesterday. As you can see, we're not optimally situated here to see the landing or follow the airplane extensively. Even the tall tail disappearing behind the bushes and the trees in the foreground. But we can safely assume it has landed. In the meantime, over here we have a TUI Dreamliner next to take off. Dreamliner from TUI going to Cancun in Mexico. I'm hearing Chris Coot behind me, looking around to see what he's doing. Also have a few contrails in the sky. Flying west to east, 2 parallel, one a bit further to the south, the other a bit further to the north. That's the one closest by. Still quite hard to make out any details. In the meantime, TUI flight 821 to Cancun in Mexico. Wolfgang says, yesterday someone said that the new Korean livery is a love child between KLM and TUI. What went wrong? You think? Yeah, well, I can kind of sort of see why people would say that. This is TUI going to Cancun in Mexico, flight 821. It is 10 years old already. It's the PHTFJ. First flight January 2015. Oh, are we going to have a drag race? Who's going to win? Place your bets. I think Tui is going to win it. Yeah, Tui is winning the drag race. Yeah, here's K3. And in the background, a heavy hitter taking off from center. Turkish. With a tulip on the back side of the fuselage. A week from now, Keukenhof in nearby Lisse is also going to open up. Probably is going to create more busyness here as well. Alrighty, now our next airplane is KLM flight 939 to Glasgow. That's a 737-800. Right. Dan says that there is another 747 turning in for Schiphol above the sea. Not exactly sure where we need to look. Is it further to the north or is it further to the south? Sparna 747 popped up on flight radar. That is good news. Hey there, Lalijnders, good to see ya. Gary in Amsterdam, welcome back. In the meantime, KLM to Billund is taking off here. Flight 1295. Well, me and Jimmy Pirate are both looking to the west, but we're not seeing anything yet. That is good news, Marissa. Sparta is confirmed for the Polderbaan. Means that Sparta Airlines is going to take off from over here. A 747-400. In the meantime, let's have a look. Chris Coot is over here doing some morning cardio. Chrissy Coot, standing in the shallow water, washing, personal hygiene, very important. Coot's an example to us all, doing cardio, eating greens and fibers, active lifestyle. Keeping clean, clean, clean. Also taking this moment to renew the batteries of my heated gloves. They have both given out. Right, and we have a 747 also in for landing as number 3, Dunn says. Alrighty. Hey, goeiedag. Hey, Satori. Eindelijk ook eens een keertje in persoon aan het ontmoeten. Leuk. Hoi man. Aangenaam. Ja, zeker. Leuk om dat je een keertje langskomt.
Ja, ik stop al sinds 80 jaar.
Top. Leuk. Het is goed fris, ja zeker. Daarom eventjes de handschoenen opnieuw van batterijen voorzien. Dat we even door kunnen, want zonder handschoenen is het totaal niet te doen hier. Let's see, folks. The A350-1000 to Hong Kong is probably still going to take off from the center runway. There is a 747 incoming to 06. Let's have a quick look. Let me filter both inbound and outbound. Zoom out a little bit. Where is it? Okay, it is flying base in the vicinity of Noordwijk, going towards Leiden, so that is still a few minutes out. In the meantime, let's have a look and see what is happening over here. KLM flight 1271 to Copenhagen, EasyJet A320 near to south end. Right. Ja. 600 mm, full frame equivalent en dan nog, dat is alleen nog maar het optische, hè? Sorry? Hey, dankjewel. Ja, 28k zijn we net doorheen. 28k subscribers. And within weeks, the first members who have reached the 2-year membership before the end of the month. the better stats. Indeed. Ja, A340, ja. Ik hoop dat ik hem morgen misschien ook nog kan spotten. Dan says there will also be a stratotanker flying over Haarlem, I think, after the 747 has landed. Where's it coming from, west or east? And where's it going to? I need more specific vectors. To your north, from left to right, from east to west, whatever, something like that. That makes it easier to spot things. Dan also back in the chat, good to see ya. Sunny skies indeed, but the wind is still chilly, make no mistake. My camera makes it seem as if it is very warm because of the heat wave distortion, but in actuality it is still pretty chilly. Now the 747 is first to land. Let's have a quick look then. Zoom out on flight radar. Where is the 747? It is now in the vicinity of Hoofddorp, so I am going to break off following the EasyJet. Once again, going to point the camera towards the trees in the distance, because over there Atlas Air arriving from Miami, Florida is approaching. Flight 5579, 8 hours and 43 minutes on the way. 26 years old. November 492 MC. Mike Charlie. Hailing from August 1998, making it 26 years old. Audio of an A320neo from EasyJet. And Marissa is informing us that the Suparna 747 is now on the move towards the crossing of 06, so it is also coming this way. Suparna Airlines will be taking off from the runway over here. And over here we have Atlas in view, arriving from Miami, Florida, going to runway 06. Kaagbaan, primary runway for arrivals. We were there yesterday to film the arrival of 747s, A340s and A380s. The A340 we also saw take off earlier in the stream. 777 in the meantime from KLM taking off from center, which you are picking up on the mic. Beter dan gisteren. Yesterday the wind was really chilly. Absolutely chilly. Iedereen. Ah, ja. Well, busy time of year then. Ja, er moet weer van alles gebeuren in de tuin deze tijd van het jaar. Hey, interesting. Frank says that Leiden is the home of Martin Garrix and Armin van Buren. I do know that Armin is coming and was born there. But last time I checked, Martin Garrix has a very sweet apartment in one of the buildings on the Zuidas. Unless he has moved in the meantime. Martin Garrix, it was on 85, the local news center of Amsterdam, that he set off his personal fireworks show from the rooftop terrace of his apartment, right on the Zuidas between the office high rises over there.
Next time drunk.
Wrong genre.
Hey, goeiedag. AMS Live.
Hey, goeiedag. Ja. More ground crew is gathering here. In the meantime, let's focus on what is coming this way. We have a 747 that is coming this way. We have a few narrow bodies that are coming in the meantime. Embraer 190 over here. That's the first next airplane to take off. That's German Airways flying on behalf of KLM. Will be going to Aalborg. The Stratotanker north of me. Okay. I think I might be seeing it. Let's have a quick look. West to east, confirming. I think I have the Stratotanker then. Before it goes behind the clouds. I think this is your Stratotanker. Yep, looks like it. It's going to hit a cloud which is lower but in the foreground pretty soon. In 3, 2, 1. And again, this one a bit more durable, this time a bit more durably. So that was the Stratotanker passing by just north of us. In the meantime, over here, KLM flight 1285, that is going to Aalborg. Embraer 190. Embraer 190 short range, no less. Heading from the year 2008, first month of flight not specified, but probably January, making this airplane 17 years old. We're waiting for Suparna Airlines to come this way. It has been assigned to the Polderbaan. US Air Force Stratotanker. We also saw it before already. The clouds are now among us, the cloud streets. If you look, this is the direction of the wind, and streets of clouds are forming. Wind is blowing from the northeast, and you can see cloudiness in the north. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the south. The south still looks the best. And there's a ground crew over here, and behind it you can see the cloudiness, or lack of it, to the west. Without the sun shining, it immediately starts to get a little bit more cool over here. Our next airplane to take off is KLM flight 1033. It's one of KLM's A321 Neos. It's going to go to Chester. It's FAX D, PHAXD. First flight of this airplane was in December last year. Really new airplane in that respect. And the A350 to Hong Kong, taking off from center. Cathay Pacific to Hong Kong, flight 270 over there. KLM flight 1177 to Stavanger is next. And in the meantime, thank you Robert Spearman for your super chat. Per character doing a shaka sign with his hand saying cool. Thank you so much for that, Robert. This is KLM flight 1177 to Stavanger, Embraer 175, the PHEXW, 7-year-old airplane, first flight January 2018. Now, let's see, where is the A3? No, the 747. It's going around the threshold of the center runway. In the meantime, goedemiddag Richard, and good afternoon to all others who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at Polderbaan. Polderbaan, still one of two runways open for departures. Parallel departures in progress at the moment for another 15 or so minutes. And then from 1 till 2 o'clock, there is only one runway open for departures, and that's going to be this runway. We're awaiting a 747. Suparna Airlines is coming this way. It is now taxiing this way along the center runway. Maarten, goedemiddag, and good afternoon to all others who have joined us. Suparna to Nanjing in China is coming this way. It should be arriving from the right, and I'm wondering how far ahead would we be able to see it already. I don't think we can see it right off the fire station because there's trees and stuff in the way. I think maybe, if we're lucky, we might get to pick it up over here already. Not exactly sure if we can, but we are giving it a go. The heat waves make it look as if it is searing hot over here. I assure you it isn't. I'm wearing heated gloves. I'm wearing a hat over my cap to keep my ears and my neck a bit cool. It is certainly not warm the way my camera makes it seem it is. Alvin says that the tracking shots seem especially crispy today. Cheers. I don't know if there's any particular reason for that. Whether or not we could see Suparna already over there now has been answered. The answer, of course, is yes. Right, Suparna Airlines, our first queen taking off here today to Nanjing in China, flight 87412. 17-year-old airplane. It's coming this way pretty soon. We have an E2 Embraer 195 to Göteborg behind it. There's still KLM flight 877 to Mumbai in India that is already on the taxiway to the center runway. Probably one of the last airplanes taking off from there. Baby Bus also taking center to take off. That is a pity. Hadi Anthony, goedemiddag and thank you for your kind words, mate. Now also a massive big thank you to all of you for liking the stream 600 times already. I think that we saw a couple of boxes of gifted memberships being released because of it. Wolfgang and Jörg, aka Austrian Wolf and JD, both of you, thank you so much for your generosity, your kindness. You guys didn't have to do this, but you went ahead and did it anyway. 5 members, new members courtesy of Wolfgang, and 5 members courtesy of Jörg. Guys, thank you so much. That is extremely generous of you. I hope that everybody who received a membership from you will thank you for it. If you are a member, don't forget to use the custom emojis. Doesn't matter if you are a new member, an old member, if you became a member yourself, or if you got gifted a membership. We have 28 custom emojis. Use them however you see fit. Be sure to use them. They're there for a reason. Again, Wolfgang, Jörg, thank you both so much. And welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. We are still seeing departures from the center runway. The next airplane lining up on the center runway is Air France, flight 1501. That is an A380. Le Petit Baby Bus. Before that, let's have a look and see if Chris could... Will he jump? Yep. Last bit. Is his mate coming? He probably is. Whoop, 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 whoop. Just a small jump. You can do it, buddy. Yep. Success. Right. Let's have a quick look. Le Petit Baby Bus, the Air France, the A380 taking off from center. Probably one of the last departures from that runway. Then from 1 till 2 o'clock, all outbound traffic will be leaving from Polderbaan, the runway we are standing next to. Becoming a rarity more and more. The A318, smallest of the A320 family. Air France going back to Paris Charles de Gaulle. Alrighty, Suparna Airlines going to Nanjing in China. First 747 of the show. It's a pity that there is a cloud now in the way, creating shade over here. Hopefully it's going to drift away. Looks like we might have a chance of it having cleared enough. You can see the sun is over there. Can we see sunspots, I wonder? Yeah, yes we can. There is a sunspot in the center of the sun. Right, we have an E2 umbrella on Cheaters Lane. E2 umbrella 195 to Göteborg. Not going to follow it. Going to stick around with the Suparna. Suparna flight 87412 to Nanjing in China. 747, that is 17 years old. First flight July 2007. Things look a bit shady. That is because the sun is temporarily hiding from view behind a cloud, but not for long, so I think the light will be turned on again pretty soon. At least over here it has already. Once again, Suparna Airlines to Nanjing in China, 17-year-old airplane, first flight July 2007. Showtime's about to begin. Over here we are standing in the sunshine. Alameen asks if the Queen washed her boom boom. We'll see soon enough, Alameen. I hope for her sake she has. It's triple heavies time. After this we are going to see an A330neo to Minneapolis, and after that the 777-200 to Chicago. Let's give it up for Her Majesty the Queen, Suparna Airlines. Enter into the sunshine. Well, I'm not sure if she cleaned her boom boom, but she certainly hasn't cleaned her flap surfaces. Nice to see her climbing out against the cloudy backdrop, being illuminated by the sunshine. It is wide bodies time, folks. Delta Airlines flight 163 next to take off to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Ready on the move. Here it is. Delta Airlines flight 163 A330neo, brand new airplane. First flight was in June last year. It's the November 428 Delta X-ray. Up, up, up. They're in. The hatches are closed. The gear has been retracted. Is that El Al? I think it is. Yep, El Al on its way to Tel Aviv. In the meantime, more heavy hitters over here. This is KLM flight 611 going to Chicago O'Hare, 777-200 KLM Asia, the operator, the PHBQM, 18-year-old airplane, first flight March 2006. After this we are going to see a KLM Dreamliner to San Jose, KLM flight 759. It is 3 minutes to 1, ladies and gentlemen. That means it won't be long before the central runway is going to close. I see that KLM flight 1583 to Lisbon is still lined up on it. Interesting. Twin jet contrail also passing by in the sky over there. Is that Emirates? No, that's Delta, isn't it? That sure looks like Delta. At least from where I'm standing. Chris Good is saying hi. He also says, like and subscribe if you haven't already. You're goddamn right. Next airplane is KLM going to San Jose. I keep clicking on the wrong label. Need to zoom in a bit more. KLM flight 759 to San Jose. PHBHG, 8-year-old airplane, first flight June 2016. You guys say it looks like Qatar? Okay, cool. Like I said before, it's what I saw from over here, but I only look on a very small screen. 3.5 inch or so. Much more detail to be seen on the big screen. Howdy Kees, goedemorgen, good morning. In cahoots with the coots, indeed, Alvin. Chris Coot is an avid swimmer. We have another airplane lined up. Going to London City pretty soon, be a city flyer, an Embraer 190, 15 years old, first flight somewhere in 2010, the month not specified on flight radar. Marissa says planes now taxiing north again to cross the center runway. That's good news, means that the center is closed and for another hour this runway, the runway we are standing next to, the Polderbaan, is going to be the exclusive runway for departures. Means all wide bodies that you see with outbound labeled will also be coming this way. Jörg is leaving us. Thank you for joining us and keeping us company here today, Jörg. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Hope to see you again during one of the next upcoming streams then. Yvonne and Ton, goedemiddag, good afternoon. And good afternoon to all others. Stravers, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. We're standing here at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. Was one of 2 runways for departures until just now. Now it has become the only runway for departures for an hour. If you join us later, you might have missed the departure of the Suriname A380 that we also saw land on Kaagbaan yesterday. Hoping that I am able to film its arrival again tomorrow. 747 departed to Nanjing in China not too long ago from this runway. Hamish says, I tried to go to sleep but I can't, so watching you instead. That's a very good excuse to stay up and keep joining us for more airplanes to come. There's usually an outbound peak in the upcoming hour. I'm sticking around until then. Andy asks, do you guys stream 7 days a week? Would that I could. No, I have a day job and I'm streaming on Thursdays through Sundays, weather permitting. This week I'm streaming Fridays through Mondays because I wasn't able to stream on Thursday. So I'm doing an additional stream on Monday instead of on Thursday. But normally speaking, Thursday through Sunday, and I try to keep Mondays off, and Tuesday and Wednesday I have to do my day job. SAS Flight 822 to Oslo is now lined up. It's the Embraer 195 long range. 13-year-old airplane, first flight May 2011. Hey, that's good news, Jillard. Qatar Airways A350 is coming to the Polderbaan. Waiting for the next airplanes to come this way. Delta being followed by Qatar. A330, A350. The A350 is over there. And the A330 is already over there. Quint asks if the stream supports me enough to quote-unquote only work 2 days a week. No, it doesn't. It's a drop of it's a small droplet of income that I make from YouTube. I just make a hell of a lot more on the 2 days that I do my day job. Right. While we still have a moment to spare, let's have a look at the weather. Last time we checked, it was 7 degrees C and we had 9 knots of wind. I'm wondering what has changed. It's now 8 degrees C. The wind is still blowing from the north-northeast, varying between north and east more or less. Wind speed 7 knots. Few clouds at 2,400 feet. So not much has changed in that respect. Let's quickly paste the meter into the ticker. And then it is back to the camera controls and the Delta A330. Then the A350 from Qatar. So, here we go. Oh, I was wrong, huh? Qatar has overtaken the Delta. That's interesting. MK Aviation is tuning us from northern Brisbane. Welcome, mate. Hope you've had a good day. And Delta once again parked at the usual spot. We've seen it before on several occasions and we're witnessing it again. A Qatar A350 has just now overtaken the Delta A330, although the Delta isn't back on the move again. Qatar will precede the other airplane. And while it is lining up, a massive big thank you to Alvin as well. Alvin is celebrating 22 months of membership. He says a couple of months behind Marissa. Mate, that doesn't matter. You'll get there soon enough. You'll be blue before you know it. Mate, thank you so much for your continued support. Hope you still like being a member and a moderator as well. Thank you so much for all your support, Alvin. Always great fun when you're in the chat. I'm happy to see that you have been able to find some time today. Thank you so much for all your support and everything you've been doing as a member and as a mod to support the channel, mate. Qatar to Doha, A350, there you go. Dude, don't tell me you're studying at what time at night is it over there in Sydney? Put those books away, mate. You know that studying now at this time of day will not lead to anything. It's just a waste of time. You're not taking up any information. And indeed, Ricardo, 777, 300. Qatar to Doha, Montreal. Oh, okay. Is that overhead somewhere? I'm looking around, not seeing anything. I do see two airplanes that are on more or less the same route. Where are they? They're over there. Let's see, one in the lead. Might also be Qatar, don't know. And the other one is over there. No time to waste. Quickly turn back to ground level action. Over here, Delta Airlines flight 237 on its way to Tampa in Florida. It's the November 821 November Whiskey, 17 years old. First flight August 2007. Check out the beautiful cloudy backdrop against which the Delta is climbing out. Wonderful sight to behold. It's 11. Yeah, mate, put the books away, Alvin. You know you're just fooling yourself if you're trying to study at 11 p.m. That's just a waste of time, mate. Worst case, you'll get food and drink on your books. Can't even study anymore after that. Hey, Sarah, also back in the chat. Good to see you, Sarah. Hope all is well. If you joined us later, you may have missed the departure of the Suparna 747 from this runway, and even earlier the departure of the Suriname A340, the same one that we saw land yesterday on runway 06. This is Delta Airlines flight 91 going to Orlando in Florida. A330-300, 19 years old, first flight March 2005. We're standing here at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. And for now until 2 p.m, the only runway for outbound traffic. Everything outbound will be leaving from here. So fingers crossed we are going to see a nice heavy wide body finale. For now I think there's a triplet of narrow bodies over there on at the threshold. labels overlap somewhat, so a bit hard to see. Iceland Air Flight 501 is lined up right now. That is a MAX 9 737 going to Reykjavik. TFICB. ICB, that's Intercontinental Ballistic. Oh no, ICBM. I'm thinking about ICBMs. Intercontinental Ballistic Missiles. This is just ICB, no M. The only M is MAX 9. Hey, goeiedag. The ground crew here is growing by the minute. I hope that my internet connection doesn't suffer from it, from all the phones in the vicinity.
That's why you keep the dishes.
Yeah, exactly. It's happened before. I kid you not. I have a modem here, and I think that all people with phones try to connect to the modem, and sometimes the modem loses bandwidth or something. But I haven't had any reports from viewers yet of buffering, so I think we're good. But there is a substantial ground crew over here on both sides. And also a lot of people gathered not too far away from over here. It's a sunny day, and in the Netherlands on Sundays that usually means people head out to the polderbaan to do plane spotting. Next up, German Airways Embraer 190 flight 1831 to Stuttgart. That's a 16-year-old airplane. First flight somewhere in 2009, month not specified on flight radar. And BA flight 451 to London Heathrow will follow after that, already visible in the background. That's an A320. Now waiting for the next wide bodies to come this way. Not sure where those are. Shouldn't be too long. Let's zoom out a little bit. I think the wide bodies are coming. They're about to traverse the center runway, coming this way. Probably visible in the background already. Here's one at least. I think probably a few more. Yeah, there's definitely heavy hitters coming this way. For now we have to make do with what is already over here. That's two narrow bodies. Next up, BA flight 451 going to London Heathrow. Right, there you go, Alvin. Books are shut. Now open up a beer or a whiskey if you haven't already. Marissa says it's time for her to go. Have a great Sunday. Thank you for joining, Marissa. Hope to see you again later in the next one. Enjoy the sunshine and the rest of your day. BA to London Heathrow on its way. Next up, KLM flight 1375 to Bucharest. That's a 737-800. Ready to go. Ah, did you have to undergo a gastroscopy? Bloody tragic week. Mate, that sounds terrible. Is Was that because of suspicion of Helicobacter bacteria? Hey Veerle, also back in the chat. Long time no see, Veerle. All is well over here. Hope that also goes for you. A Chinese takeaway that probably been hanging around a bit too long. It settled in your stomach and it didn't want to leave. Fidel Castro with a nice cloud in the backdrop so that you can see how it is hovering perfectly still until it is no more. Right, no time to waste. We're continuing with the departures over here. This is KLM flight 1763 to Bremen, and that's the Herpe coming this way. Talking about going viral. Herpe, 75 years of herpes. The airplane is 18 years old. First flight somewhere in 2007. Now it's time for a heavy hitter. A330-200 to Washington. KLM over there. About to turn onto the runway. Roy has to go. Thanks for joining, Roy. You have a nice day and hope to see you again in the next one. And Sarah has awesome plans. Plane spotting on a small airport and then your family will join you there for lunch. Sounds good. Let's see what else is coming this way. It's a nice mix, wide bodies and narrow bodies alike. This is KLM flight 6551 to Washington, A330-200. It's the FWOC, PHAOC. The airplane is 19 years old, first flight October 2005. It's like a sailplane. Those A330s are like sailplanes with those wide wings. Again, beautiful backdrop of clouds against which the A330 is climbing out on. Donna asks, what's the shortest flight from Amsterdam and the longest? Well, the shortest is either Düsseldorf or Brussels. That's less than 100 nautical miles. And a flight time of half an hour or less. The longest flight I think is to Jakarta. That's 14.5 hours or so. Talking about direct flights, of course. We have KLM flight 1045 to Birmingham lined up. That's a Britty hopper, Eastern Airways. There's also an Embraer 190 on Cheaters Lane that is expected to take off to London City. They're probably all going to go ahead of the Dreamliner that is in the background. That's KLM flight 677 to Calgary. The 737 that you saw in the background also lined up or holding short of the threshold is going to Athens. Usually all the narrow bodies precede the wide bodies because the wide bodies produce jet wash or wake turbulence, whatever you would like to call it. Takes longer to dissipate for the heavies than for the narrow bodies, and the narrow bodies are more affected, so they usually go ahead. If you join us only just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. Only runway for departures today. Wind is blowing from the northeast. The wind is from over there. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the east. And over to the south, the clouds are still furthest apart and fewest in number. There's a significant ground crew to my left in the western part of the sky. Behind it, also less clouds than to the north or to the east. Until 2 o'clock local time, this runway is going to be the only runway used for outbound traffic. And we have a 737 to Athens now taking off from this runway. Now it is time for another wide body, a Dreamliner to Calgary, KLM flight 677. Over there. I thought it was time already, but I forgot about the cheater in cheater's lane. Obviously it will go first. This is KLM flight 987, will be going to London City. Right, wide body showtime has begun. KLM flight 677 to Calgary, 7879 Dreamliner. The PHBHM, it is 7 years old, first flight August 2017. Wolfgang also has to go, and if all is well, I'm going out for another live stream tomorrow. In the meantime, Joop also tuning in. Good to see you, Joop. Now, look at the wings. You can see them rise as the airplane makes more speed. Flexing more, and then rotating and curving even more. There you go, that's the classical shape of the Dreamliner. Looks like this one has warm brakes. We've seen this before not too long ago. Nothing out of the ordinary. Yeah. Brakes have been too warm and they first need to air cool a little. Happens quite regularly. Also see that often with A330s. We used to see it with Delta A330s, although it's been a while since we last saw it. Granted, haven't been filming departures that regularly. interesting to see that you still see heat wave distortion when the airplane actually is pretty far above the horizon right now. And again, everything gets magnified when you are using a lot of digital zoom like I am now. Right, gear is retracting, nothing to see. All's well that ends well. Here we go, showtime in a few minutes from now. Chinese triple, and we have a Delta A330 as well. Is Delta once again holding short? It's being overtaken at least. Cargo Lux 747 is waiting to pass Kaagbaan for 36 left, Don says. I didn't see that yet. Was busy filming. Haven't come around to watch on flight radar to see what else is on the platform for outbound. Let's see. Embraer 190 to Hamburg is taking Cheater's Lane. And in the meantime, you can see just how many people have gathered here. It is absolutely crowded here. Also, if you look in the background there, the fence, that's the Spottersplatz itself, teeming with people here. In the meantime, Embraer 190 to Hamburg is taking off over here. Chinese triple coming in next, going to Shanghai, China Cargo Airlines. Here we go. 747 is now crossing the Kaagbaan, that's good news. Let me quickly fixate everything and zoom out on flight radar a little bit. So we have Delta Airlines over there, Delta Airlines coming this way. KLM to New York to Toronto, Cargo Lux to Luxembourg is coming this way, so still a few wide bodies coming this way. China Cargo Airlines Flight 210 going to Shanghai in China. This is a 777 freighter, Bravo 220 Echo. Oh. I'm getting a warning that my laptop hard drive is almost full. I forgot to delete a few streams. So after this departure, I'm going right ahead to prevent my laptop from freezing because the hard drive is being filled to the brim. Right, that's an emergency procedure I need to perform right now. Disk space getting low. Yeah, let's quickly get rid of a few of those streams. There you go, these are all old streams. Into the bin. And clean the bin. Right. That should have taken care of it. For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing here next to runway 136 left, aka the Polderbaan. One of two runways for departures today with wind blowing from the northeast. This is the northeast. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looks like so. Chris and Curtis Coot are over here in the water. Heavy hitters are coming, including a 747 to Luxembourg. We saw China Cargo Airlines take off to Shanghai in China just now, and next we are going to see Hans' favorite airline, Vueling. We'll be leaving for Barcelona. It's an A320neo lined up, ready to go. 6-year-old airplane, first flight June 2018. Don says Atlas Air 747 showing up on radar 2, also going to 36 left, so that means that there are two 747s coming this way, if all is well. Now, first up, Vueling A320neo, going to Barcelona. The sun sometimes temporarily being obscured from shining through a few clouds that are in the sky at the moment. Don't those engines sound very similar to the GE90s? It's almost like a mini 777 if you close your eyes. That you can hear. Right, so big picture wise, looking to the north, quite a few clouds. Looking to the east, looks more open. Looking to the south, looks even more open. And looking to the west, towards the sea, also a bit more open. The sun right now temporarily obscured from shining, but it will reappear pretty soon, expectedly. In the meantime, there are two 747s that are taxiing towards this runway. And now we are seeing the departure of KLM flight 1801 going to Düsseldorf, JD's hometown, German Airways Embraer 190. Quite high in the sky. Compare that with the A340 that we saw take off earlier. Day and night difference. Hey, Captain Jerry also back in the chat. Good to see you, Jerome. Hope all is well. Alright, so there was a second 747 that has come alive, but Pete says Atlas still on SA. Oh wait, that's just one remaining, right? So there's two underway, or are they? Ahoy hoy, Captain Jerry! Now let's have a quick look. Hey, is there an A? Delta is returning. Delta is returning. Or is it? Something going on over there. Delta Airlines, it says 9960 to Detroit, but it has returned. What's going on over there? Don says 1747 just drove over center, second one still at the cargo terminal. Yeah, I see that the Atlas Air to Seoul has been pushed back. Atlas Air to Seoul has been pushed back and the first Queen is coming. It's a standoff between a Queen and a Delta A330 by the looks of it. Hey Felice, goedemorgen. Milan, thank you for the kind words. Milan says in Dutch, nice footage. Lau says, I don't know much about airplanes at all, but I love watching this stream. I'll be going to Seoul in a few months, so I'm excited to see the plane to Seoul take off soon. That's a nice thing to look forward to there, Lau. I don't know if we are going to see the regular airplane taking off to Seoul already in the stream. There is a cargo 747, which has just been pushed back. In the meantime, Delta Airlines flight 135 to Detroit, Michigan. Nice combo shot there with the preceding airplane. Right, so Cargolux is going to the one side and then Delta can proceed via the other. Interesting developments over there. So what is up with Delta over there? Don't know for sure. Was supposed to fly back to Detroit. The flight number tells me that it might be a relocation flight. Or might have been perhaps. We're now passing, or at least I should say the Queen is passing now past the A330. Oh, but there's an A320 to Bristol still on the way. Yeah, this is the only runway that is now in use for outbound traffic, and the part next to the main platform area is just a one-lane part. So if Delta wants to go back, they'll probably have to wait until it is clear. And I'm not sure that that is going to happen anytime soon. Cargolux will be next after Shamrock Flight 605 to Dublin, Ireland, Aer Lingus. Navy Jack also back in the chat. Good to see you, Navy Jack. Airplane lined up. Shamrock not going to follow its departure. It does look like Delta is now on the move. Right, so there's a Dreamliner to New York that has just arrived on this side, and now the single lane is clear for Delta to be passing through it. Atlas Air to Seoul also now seems to be coming this way. Second 747 coming this way, folks. And here we have Cargolux going to Luxembourg. Next airplane to take off. This is Cargolux flight 6236 to Luxembourg. It's a Boeing 747-400 freighter, 17 years old, the LXKCL, which we saw land earlier in the background. now taking off. First flight of this airplane was in February 2008. Adi says that it looks like the Delta that is now returning to the gate was here since Friday already. My thoughts exactly. The flight number seems to indicate it was a relocation flight to begin with. No passengers aboard, probably just the pilots. Josegi also back in the chat, tuning in from Nairobi in Kenya. Good to see you. Jodo Joe, good afternoon and welcome to the show. All others who have joined us. Queen time, let's look and listen. Yeah, she's light. Lightweight, baby. Now stick around, folks. In minutes from now we are also going to see another departure of a 747 from this very runway. Look on flight radar on the platform and you will see Atlas Air to Seoul is on the move, coming this way. It's going to do some soul searching in South Korea. Clemencia also back in the chat. Good to see you, Clemencia. EasyJet will be taking off after this, going to Bristol, and after that we are going to see a 787-10 to New York JFK. Hey there, Dutch Aviator, good to see ya. Welcome to the show, one and all. Delta returning to the gate. Delta 9960 was supposed to go to Detroit. I think a relocation flight. Something was up. It has returned to the gate. More airplanes are coming this way. Heavy hitters and one 747. Although, where is it? Now I'm no longer seeing it. Huh? It entered into ninja mode. No, wait. Wasn't looking far enough to the south. Atlas Air to Seoul still very much alive on flight radar. Right. Is it on the move yet? The 747, it doesn't look to be moving just yet, but it has been pushed back. Outbound to Seoul. If all is well, it was already assigned to 36 left. This runway is going to stay open for another 15 minutes as the only runway for outbound traffic. Lined up right now and coming this way is KLM flight 641, going to New York, JFK, 787-10 Dreamliner. The PH BKD, 5 years old, first flight November 2019. Henair also back in the chat, good to see you, Henair. On this Dreamliner, the gear is retracting. Previous KLM Dreamliner had to fly with the gear extended a bit longer to cool the brakes. Jerome says, in almost 2 years, this is the first time I woke up early to watch. I usually am up late. What? Getting up early, that's a sign of progressing age, mate. I think you're turning into an old geezer. And also, if I checked my stats correctly, you should be the very first blue member pretty soon, before the end of the month. Although I don't know exactly when it is going to happen. But it won't be long. Looking up right now because I thought I was hearing something pass overhead, but I am not seeing anything, so guess I must have imagined it. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Paul Kramers, who is celebrating 6 months of membership. Thank you so much for your continued support, Paul. I hope you still like it in the lounge. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. And here's to another 6 months or more. If not as a member, then hopefully as a recurring visitor. Embraer 175 KLM flight 1705 to Brussels is lined up. Now on the move. The heat wave distortion makes it seem as if it is tropical warm over here. I can assure you it isn't. It's closer to freezing than temperatures reaching tropical values over here. Camera is very sensitive to pick up those heat wave distortions. We are awaiting a 747 Atlas Air going to Seoul for some soul searching. Is it on the move yet? I'm wondering. Now I'm not seeing it on flight radar anymore. Is that because it is already nearing us? It seems to have vanished once again. Seems to have vanished. Oh wait, no, there it is again, huh? Ground speed 8 knots, so Atlas Air to Seoul is moving. That seems like a very appropriate last airplane of today's show. In the meantime, let me quickly go back to the computer. And say a big thank you to Han Air, who just now gifted the membership. Who was the recipient? It seems that Robert Dodd was the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Robert. Han Air, thank you so much. Dankeschön for your gifted membership. Spooling up right now, we have KLM flight 691 to Toronto in Canada. 787-10 Dreamliner. PHBKH. First flight was in May 2020. And that makes this airplane 4 years old. Indeed, Ari, Atlas is moving. That's nice. Stian GB 777. I'm sure I must be mispronouncing your name, but you're back in the chat. Hi to you too. We're waiting for a 747 that is taxiing this way, going to Seoul, Atlas Air. That is going to be the third 747 taking off from this runway today. We also saw the A380 from Suriname, which we witnessed landing on Kagbaan yesterday. It went back to Paramaribo. Now I'm hoping that tomorrow I can go back to Kagbaan once more to film arrivals. I am going to do another stream tomorrow. My plan is, if the wind doesn't change significantly, to go back to the Kagbaan tomorrow. Would mean another squad stream most likely. In the meantime, over here we have Turkish lined up or Anadolu jet or a jet. Still not sure what to call it. The picture says Anadolu jet. It says a jet here on flight radar. It's going to Istanbul. It's a 737-800, 10 years old. First flight March 2015. And KDA says, great job. First time on your show and during your live streaming, watching you live from Swaziland. Swaziland, that's in... if I am not mistaken. Awesome. Welcome to the show, mate. And thank you for the kind words. Sticking around for the Atlas Air 747. Which, according to Dans, is now passing over the Kaarbaan, so it is on the move, finally coming this way. Time for an EasyJet A320neo. It's going to Nice, which is nice. A320neo already on the move. The OELSA Austrian registered. First flight June 2018, making this airplane 6 years old. And JetBlue to New York, JFK after that. TAP Air Portugal will be leaving after that. Nobody's for the time being. JetBlue flight 2289 to New York, JFK lined up, ready to go. Next, this is an A321neo, brand new, meaning less than a year old. It will be celebrating its first birthday next month. First flight was in April 2024. TAP Air Portugal after this. Bill J, good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Also, Pixie is back. Had to leave for a while. See, I missed 747 takeoff. Yeah, we've had 2 so far, but there is a third one coming this way. Hey there, Midvi. Good to see you again. We're waiting for an Atlas Air 747 to Seoul in South Korea. No time to waste. Things are moving with haste over here. TAP Air Portugal. Going to Lisbon. Flight 669, A320neo, 5-year-old airplane. First flight November 2018. And you don't want to miss the next one, Pixie. Absolutely not. You don't have to be anywhere, definitely worthwhile sticking around for the last 747 of the day show. Should be on the way now. For now we have to make do with filler in between. Let's see, the Atlas is on the move. Can confirm it is moving along the center runway this way. Still a few minutes out, but that doesn't matter because there's still plenty happening over here. Wide bodies are also coming this way. This is KLM flight 1505 to Madrid. 737-800. 24-year-old airplane, first flight November 2000, the PHBXM. Huh? Henk Jan says the 747 isn't going to take off anymore. What? What's happening with the 747 then? Ah, we all got pranked. Nice one. Well done, mate. Well done. You really had me thinking there for a moment. Well played. Alrighty, so we are awaiting a 747. And in the meantime we have to make do with Sun Express and Ryanair. Now mate, Henk Jan just now pranked us and he did it well. And Zolt is greeting us from Budapest. Greetings back, Zolt. Welcome to the show. Another beautiful day at the Polderbaan indeed, Bill, albeit a bit cold. The wind is still chilly. Make no mistake, I'm still standing here with my winter garments on and my heated gloves still on. Let's see, Atlas, it makes for a nice last airplane of the day, but then again I also see that there is a an A380 to Oranjestad not too far behind it. Right, first up, Sun Express, which is destined to go to, what is it? Kayseri. That's in Turkey, I think. That's the 737-800. Ryanair behind it. Sun Express, 8-year-old airplane. May 2016 was its first flight. Now guys, if you've been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to bring in new people, promote the channel's content to viewers who are also into streams like these but who haven't come across the channel yet. It really helps. Ryanair to Dublin, and the 747 is crossing the runway, the central runway. Means it's going to become visible pretty soon over there. And we are going to wait for that moment. Hello there, pilot UZB101. Welcome to the show, and welcome to the show all others who have joined us. Third queen of the show taking off from this runway is approaching. Atlas Air going to Seoul. This is a 747-8 coming this way. A big boy indeed, Henk Jan. Robert says there are a few in-person spotters today. I would go so far to say it's more than a few. We have ground crew over here all the while. We have viewers and spotters over there. And there's definitely a lot of viewers over there as well. A couple of cyclists. And still a lot of people have gathered here. Now, unfortunately, the dude in the foreground on the right is blocking a view from the... Well, no, wait. Yeah, there's also a car over there. Maybe we can see behind. Yeah, in between. There you go. That's the Spottersplatz itself. There's also quite a few people over there. So, considering it's not school holidays here, but just a quote-unquote regular Sunday, I would go so far to say it's actually quite a turn-up over here. Lau asks if there's a reason it's so crowded today. Not that I can think of. No idea. I guess it's just coincidence. Hey there Colton, goedemiddag. Boy has been known to stream at 60 Kelvin. Yeah, I'm hardcore like that. Cold as ice. It's the optimal temperature to keep your AMS Live vodka cool. Nice and cool. 60 Kelvin. E2 Embraer in the meantime. Bit of filler. We're all sticking around for the 747, aren't we? Now, right behind the 747 there's also an A330 to Oranjestad, Aruba, another wide body. I'm going to stick around for its departure as well. After that, I am going to call it quits for today. Now, for those of you who have time, I will do another stream tomorrow because I wasn't able to stream on Thursday, so I do plan to go out for 4 times a week as much as possible. And since tomorrow the weather promises to become nice, I'm doing a Monday stream. If the wind doesn't change substantially, and I'm not 100% sure, but I am about 90% sure that it will stay from the north. If all is well, Kaagbaan shall still be in use for arrivals tomorrow, and I'm hoping that we can do a quad squad arrival stream tomorrow from the Kaagbaan with beautiful light from behind, optimal lighting. Looks like Lufty might be taking Cheater's lane. Yep, they are. Firefighters doing some training, or are they just giving a salute? Not sure. Nah, they're not standing on both sides of the airplane. Not exactly sure. This looks more like a random coincidence than water fight. Oh, it's for the firefighter perhaps. Yeah, that could be it. A salute for the firefighter. Right, last batch of airplanes. Beginning with the Cheater on Cheater's lane. This is Lufty flight 2305. Not going to follow it because behind it we have Atlas Air. Great minds think alike, Alvin. Water fight. Right, 2 more airplanes, guys. This one and this one. This is Atlas Air Flight 8187. It's going to go to Seoul in South Korea in a few moments. It is a Boeing 747-8, 12 years old, first flight February 2013. Its registration November 854 Golf Tango. After that, the last airplane, KLM Flight 767, which will be leaving for Aruba, Oranjestad pretty soon. That's an A330-300. So like I said before, if all is well, tomorrow I'm going to do another stream, hopefully from Runway 06, Kaagbaan arrivals. For those of you who have time to join, please do. Alright. Queenie is on the move, folks. Here we go. Showtime. Right, last airplane of the day, ladies and gentlemen. KLM flight 767 to Oranjestad in Aruba. It's an A330-300 FAC B, PH AKB, 13-year-old airplane, first flight February 2012. Nice combo shot there of the last two airplanes of today's show. I am going to wrap it up now. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time and I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. If you have enjoyed the stream, you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to bring in new viewers, more awesome people like yourselves who are into streams such as these. A big thank you to the moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. Also a big thank you to everybody who supported in the forms of liking, subscribing, super chatting, super stickering, PayPal donations, merch store purchases, becoming a member or gifting memberships. You guys rock and what makes this channel great. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully I will see you all tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, then hopefully later in the week. Take care, be safe, stay warm, and bye for now, guys.